Chapter 2877. Don't tell me, we're just going to surrender like this? Fairy Hongxia was a little displeased. After all, this was a matter between Zi Ming and Zi Yan. It was also an internal affair of millions of Meng mountains. She had only known Zi Ming for a short period of time. Furthermore, Zi Ming had disguised herself as Zi Yi and befriended Xiao Hua. Fairy Hongxia was already displeased with Zi Ming, and now she was even more displeased. Besides, Fairy Hongxia was a cultivator of the Dao sect. She did not like the soul cultivators of millions of Meng mountains. Now that she was involved, how could she be as enthusiastic as Xiao Hua? Zi Ming saw the coldness in Fairy Hongxia's eyes and understood that she did not know what to say to Fairy Hongxia. She glanced at Xiao Hua and said, "There are only two ways to break the soul formation of the 9 divine guards. One is to use an item of extreme yang. Xiao Hua can concoct pills and refine items, so he must have some sort of true fire. This item is very useful to restrain the iron corpses. The second is to take away the soul vessel that controls the 9 divine guards from Zi Yan. Without the control of the soul vessel, the 9 divine guards will not attack anyone. It's all nonsense," Fairy Hongxia said coldly. She clapped her hand and took out the phoenix token again. "As far as I know, this is all I can do." Zi Ming bit her lips until they turned purple. She knew in her heart that Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao might have a chance to escape. However, Zi Ming had invited the 9 divine guards instead of soul warriors or shamans to deal with her. It was clear that she wanted to take her life. Facing the 9 divine guards, she had no way to deal with them. She could only rely on Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao. Fairy Hongxia and Zi Ming were whispering to each other. Li Zongbao, who was at the side, heard everything clearly. His feelings were similar to Fairy Hongxia's. Seeing the 9 divine guards closing in, Li Zongbao stretched out his hand and the immortal slaying whip appeared in his hand. He sneered and said, "Take this." As he spoke, Li Zongbao's face flushed red. The immortal slaughtering whip drew 2 golden rays and smashed towards the 2 divine guards closest to him. Roar, like 2 dragons, the shadows of the whips drew an extremely beautiful arc in the air, sucking in all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that could be absorbed, and pouncing toward the 2 stiff iron corpses. Li Zongbao had learned from Zi Ming that the 9 divine guards were very powerful. Otherwise, he would have lashed out at the 4 divine guards. The shadow of the whip was very sharp, and the magic power it contained was also very deep. One could tell just by listening to the sound of the wind. However, the 2 divine guards facing the immortal slaying whips continued to press on towards the trio. When the whips were almost in front of their eyes, they stretched out their arms and made a slight slash. A black light flashed and an indescribable vortex gushed out from the black light. These vortexes were only the size of a thumb and were distributed very evenly. Boom! The whips fell and scattered these vortexes. Wisps of black gas emerged from these vortexes but were still split into 2 by the whips. Bang! 2 loud sounds seemed to be produced at the same time. The immortal slaughtering whip had struck the 2 divine guards. A black brilliance flickered around the 2 divine guards. Wisps of black gas spurted out from their pitch-black robes. Soon after, the immortal slaughtering whip disappeared in the black gas and black light. The 2 divine guards merely paused for a moment. Even their robes were not damaged in the slightest. They continued to press on towards the 3. Hiss! Li Zongbao's expression changed greatly. He was very confident in his immortal slaughtering whip. After all, it was a spiritual weapon. Even a 3rd-grade illusory sword could not withstand it. He did not believe that the flesh of these divine guards could be comparable to an illusory sword. However, he still underestimated by Xiaoshan's soul arts. These iron corpses tempered by the netherworld I could really surpass an illusory sword. Swoosh! Zi Ming saw Li Zongbao make a move. He knew that Li Zongbao's cultivation was at the late foundation establishment stage. This kind of attack was extremely powerful. Although Zi Ming did not have any suitable soul arts, he had no choice but to make a move. As Ziming waved the bone staff in his hand, a pitch-black crack appeared in midair. A cold wind as strong as a flying sword blew out from within. Then, another 100 or so ghost heads rushed out from the crack. Together with the cold wind, they pounced on the iron corpse closest to Ziming. Moreover, Ziming's other hand didn't stop. He touched the brocade pouch at his waist and took out a pure white finger bone that was over an inch long. He opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood essence on it. The finger bone was instantly covered in blood veins. Ziming didn't dare to be careless. He muttered an incantation and threads of green light fell on the finger bone. Woo! The cold wind blew on the divine guard in front of Ziming. Layers of black light were produced from the top of the divine guard's head. The black light enveloped the cold wind. Under the pressure of the black light, the cold wind turned into a whirlwind that revolved around the divine guard. Looking at the divine guard's natural movements, it was obvious that the divine guard was very familiar with this action. There was no sluggishness in his movements. The 100 or so ghostly heads aggressively charged at the divine guard like a torrential flood. The divine guard stretched out his arms and slowly clenched them with his stiff hands. As the black light flickered, the dozen or so ghostly heads in front of his arms immediately exploded. Popping sounds could be heard as the ghostly heads turned into black gas. They let out ear-piercing screams. Roar! The divine guard finally opened his mouth. Under his pitch-black robe, he opened his mouth and swallowed all the black gas into his stomach. The remaining ghostly heads were thrown into disarray. They fled in all directions in panic. However, the divine guard beside them extended his hand and in just a few moments, the 100 or so ghostly heads were all swallowed up by a few divine guards. They were of no use at all. Seeing this and sensing that there was no more spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the vicinity, Fairy Hongxia waved her hand. The phoenix insignia streaked across the sky with a brilliant radiance. A cluster of 5 colors emerged from the phoenix insignia and enveloped Li Zongbao and the others in a brilliant radiance. When the 9 divine guards saw the multicolored brilliance of the phoenix token, it seemed as though they were afraid of the multicolored brilliance. They came to a halt and extended their hands. Black smoke emerged from their hands and shielded their bodies. The black radiance on their bodies flickered as though they were trying their best to resist the multicolored brilliance of the phoenix token. Huh! Ziming was a little surprised to see this. He sized up the phoenix insignia in Fairy Hongxia's hand with an odd expression. At this moment, the finger bone in her hand was already surrounded by a green radiance. Ziming concentrated again and tossed the finger bone in his hand. The finger bone flew into the air and instantly turned into a dark green flying sword that pierced towards one of the divine guards. Roar! That divine guard was blocking Fairy Hongxia's phoenix insignia. When he saw the flying sword piercing towards him, he grabbed with his hand. A black stream of air appeared and blocked the flying sword. Then, the flying sword flew towards the divine guard's hand. Gu! Ziming's face was very calm. Suddenly, he spat out a green light from his mouth. It was a green light that looked like a green seal character. The green light flew forward faster than the flying sword and landed on the flying sword. With a boom, a green light that was slightly thicker than a thumb flew out from the flying sword and headed straight for the divine guard's head. With a muffled sound, the green light hit the divine guard's head. The black radiance and black aura around the divine guard's head dissipated into nothingness. A skull that looked like a skull was revealed from the black aura. Traces of green light tore at the skull and left large cracks on it. Roar! The divine guard that revealed his face let out a furious roar. He bared his white teeth. Faint traces of black aura flowed out from his mouth and his lips turned scarlet. Following the divine guard's furious roar, traces of black aura flowed out from his face and rushed towards the wounds on his head. In just a few moments, the wounds were healed. The green light was also driven away by the black aura and disappeared without a trace. Ziming's green soul tool fell into the divine guard's hand. The divine guard's eyeless eyes looked at the soul tool in his hand. He pushed it into his mouth. With a crunching sound, the soul tool was chewed into pieces by the divine guard. Ziming narrowed her eyes and looked on expressionlessly. This was what she had expected. As expected of the descendant of Divine Mother Peafowl. This five-colored radiance is really difficult to deal with. Ziyan's voice sounded from behind the divine guards. Divine Mother Peafowl? Ziming frowned as though she had thought of something. Fairy Hongxia was completely confused. However, do you think it's possible to escape from my hands with just this five-colored radiance? Ziming smiled coldly. With a clap of his hand, a small wine cup flew into the air. Immediately, a foul stench of filth mixed with crimson-red light sprinkled onto the five-colored brilliance of the phoenix token. Squeak squeak, a series of noises came from the filth. The five-colored radiance immediately melted and rapidly shrank back into the phoenix token. This is the method of the demonic realm? Li Zongbao was stunned. Although there wasn't any demonic energy in the wine cup, the method of using filth to destroy a Dao sex treasure had always been the work of a demonic cultivator. Li Zongbao's suspicions had only just risen when the filth started to wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. The bloody stench turned into tentacles and grabbed at the group. Moreover, without the five-colored radiance blocking them, the 9 divine guards flew towards Fairy Hongxia and the others again. The cold aura of death firmly locked onto the 3 of them. It seemed as though the 3 of them were doomed. Xiaohua's soul slayer Yuan light was forcefully shot out and took the soul warrior's head by surprise. But before Xiaohua could rejoice, a sense of foreboding rose up from the bottom of his heart. That was because the head of the soul warrior wasn't bleeding from the neck. Instead, it was bleeding from the neck. Following that, the headless body of the soul warrior started to shrink. Like a bubble that had no air, it deflated in an instant. Not good. Xiaohua knew that he had been tricked. He hurriedly pointed at the sword gourd and was about to shoot out the soul slayer Yuan light again when he heard a sneer coming from the headless neck. As the body shrunk, a dwarf with a head half a size smaller than an ordinary person's and a body smaller than an ordinary person's appeared in the air. This dwarf's face was very wretched and his 2 small eyes stared straight at Green Bean. Chapter 2878. I didn't expect you to have a sword. This is beyond this old man's expectations. The soul warrior clapped his hands and took out a palm-sized flag from the pouch at his waist. He coldly said, "If this old man didn't have a way to deal with you, I'm afraid I would have been defeated today." This voice was perfectly articulated, and it was the language of the 3 kingdoms. Go, Xiaohua didn't waste time with him. The spirit-slaying light from the sword gourd flew out and twisted towards the soul warrior's head. Whoosh, the soul warrior wasn't afraid at all. He swung the flag in his hand and a black smoke appeared above his head. When the spirit-slaying light fell into it, it seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and couldn't move. Go to hell. The soul warrior's body flashed with green light. Following the soul warrior's roar, a green light rushed into the flag. The soul warrior's face immediately shrank as if he had used up his life essence. He seemed to have aged 10 years and his entire body was somewhat stooped. However, when the green light landed on the black flag, the black aura on the flag flourished. The corner of the flag swept towards Xiaohua, and a faint, almost invisible black light flashed. Xiaohua suddenly felt dizzy, and the world spun around him. His entire body was sluggish, and he was like a wooden person, standing in the air without feeling anything. Ha ha ha, Ziyan had been paying attention to this from a distance. When he saw Xiaohua being restrained by the soul warrior and Red Dawn Fairy and the rest being torn apart by the divine guards, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. However, at this moment, the spirit-slaying light and spirit-slaying light that were previously taken into the Buddhist association flew out from the mouth of the dumbstruck Xiaohua. They hovered in front of Xiaohua as if they were protecting their master. The soul warrior was somewhat stunned, but he didn't stop. He waved the black flag in his hand and completely ignored the sword gourd and the flying sword. He attacked Xiaohua. At this critical moment, the situation changed again. Damn it, who dares to fight in front of this old man's door and not say hello to this old man? Do you want to die? At this critical moment, the endless yellow sand under everyone's feet surged rapidly, and a huge whirlpool appeared from the yellow sand. Then, the yellow sand suddenly rose, and a figure of several tens of feet in size stood up from the yellow sand. An extremely hot aura swept through the surrounding space of several hundreds of feet. Ah! This figure appeared too abruptly. The spirit warrior could not help but stare blankly. When he saw the figure clearly, he could not help but cry out in alarm. He saw that this was a 3 zhang tall giant. Wasn't this the Hanba that Zi Yan had been chasing earlier? However, the current drought demon was different from before. After not seeing it for dozens of days, most of the red hair on its body had faded, leaving only less than an inch long covering its body. The phosphorescence on its red hair had also disappeared. Instead, its skin bulged like runes under the red hair. Furthermore, the red hair on Hanba's face had all faded away, revealing a large, ferocious face. Its crimson eyes were glaring at the soul warrior with an ominous glint. Most importantly, Hanba's arms and legs were already moving freely. Although there was still a bit of stiffness, it was fundamentally different from before. Hanba's entire body was draped in a large animal skin that covered all of his private parts. A man wearing the uniform of the Shibai village was sitting on his broad shoulders. The man pointed his finger at the spirit warrior and spoke a few words in a resolute and decisive manner. Although his pronunciation was very obscure, the man's eyes were filled with anger. If it wasn't to kill him, what else could it be? This man was the one that Hanba had kidnapped, Xiao Mao. Oh my God, Hanba's voice was very hoarse, even a bit rough. But this voice sounded very similar to what Xiao Mao had said. Immediately after, Hanba stretched out its large hand and grabbed at the soul warrior who was about to flee. A black aura surged around the soul warrior's body. The black light was also chaotic. The soul warrior hurriedly waved the black flag in his hand. The flag emitted a green light in an attempt to protect the soul warrior's body. But as soon as the green light entered the soul warrior's body, the soul warrior's body began to violently swell. With a "pa" sound, the soul warrior's body exploded from the inside out into a fine powder of flesh and blood. Then, Hitorigami waved its hand and the black flag fell into its hand. G. Hanba seemed to be asking Xiao Mao something. Xiao Mao looked worriedly at the dumbstruck Xiao Hua and then at the panicked Zi Yan. Impatiently, he said a few words. Hanba's appearance was very sudden. Killing the soul warrior was also very easy. Everything happened in the span of a few breaths. Zi Yan seemed to have yet to recover from his shock. Or perhaps, Zi Yan was really unwilling to let go of such a good opportunity to kill Zi Ming. He was somewhat hesitant in his heart as he pondered how to deal with it. As the saying goes, enemies meet on a narrow path. Ho Yen, we meet again. Xiao Mao flew up from Hanba's body. His body was also suffused with an indescribable hot aura. As he spoke, he waved his hand. What seemed like a flame, but also like a blood-red light. In short, a rapid splendor sprinkled down. It fell right below the wine goblet where there was a lot of filth. Ting, all the filth in the splendor actually flashed into threads of fire. These threads of fire strangely wrapped around the filth and in the blink of an eye, all the filth was burned away. Without the corrosion of the filth, the 5-colored splendor of the phoenix token shone brightly again. When Hanba appeared, the 9 divine guards were already somewhat alarmed and stopped in their tracks. However, under Zi Yan's command, they did not retreat. At this moment, the 5-colored splendor was so bright that the iron corpses could not help but retreat. They appeared to be scattered. Woo! At this moment, Hanba's figure flew up. The black flag in her hands suddenly exploded. Waves of black gas were emitted from within. Hanba breathed on the flag and all the black gas disappeared. All that was left in the black gas was a soul essence that looked like a bird. This bird was very strange. It actually had 3 legs. Following the appearance of the bird's soul essence, the dumbstruck Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if he had woken up from a dream. The dream executor and mountain splitter that were protecting him let out 2 joyful sword cries. Xiao Hua looked around. When he saw Hanba and Xiao Mao, a trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. When he saw the 9 divine guards surrounding Fairy Hong Xia and the others, his gaze fell on the alarmed Ziyan. Naturally, the smell of blood that entered his nose made him extremely fearful. He looked at Hanba, who had already thrown away the 3-legged bird's soul essence and flew towards Xiao Mao. Ziyan was filled with regret. In the blink of an eye, the entire situation had been reversed. He really should have left the moment Hanba appeared. Big brother, Xiao Mao gave up on Ziyan and turned his head to shout with concern. No worries, Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Good, Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with ferocity. He coldly looked at Ziyan and said, Ho Yen, hand over your life. As he spoke, Xiao Mao once again stretched out his hand and chanted in a low voice. His arm was like Hanba's grabbing hand. An indescribable palpitation and an uncontrollable explosion erupted from his blood. Damn it! How could Ziyan not know that this was the power of the blood lineage of the great god Shibai's descendant? He hurriedly tapped the bone staff in his hand and a thick layer of darkness appeared around his body, firmly enveloping him. He then clapped his hands and the 9 divine guards howled and pounced towards Xiao Mao. Ziyan then turned into a cloud of black smoke and fled into the distance. Roar! Hanba let out a furious roar. A torrential heat once again swept across the space of several dozen feet. In an instant, the death aura of the 9 iron corpses was swept away. The 9 iron corpses immediately panicked and fled in all directions like headless flies. You want to leave? How is this possible? Xiao Mao waved his hand and wanted to use the power of his blood lineage again. However, his face flashed with a green light and there was no movement. Clearly, he was not proficient in using the power of his blood lineage. Kaji, Xiao Mao saw that Ziyan had already flown several dozen feet away and hurriedly gave out a few orders. Kaji, Hanba actually laughed. The ferocious expression on her face seemed to have turned pure and honest. She stretched out her hand that still had some red hair and a strange aura rushed out. Young Master Xiao, have mercy! Zi Ming shouted. She was still unwilling to part with her family. Unfortunately, Xiao Mao did not know Zi Ming and did not even acknowledge her. Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua knew what Zi Ming was thinking and hurriedly called out. Unfortunately, it was already too late to send a message through words. With a muffled bang, a bloody light appeared again. The thick black aura around Ziyan's body was unable to block Hanba's attack. After a few surges, it still exploded from the inside. However, Ziyan was not that dwarf spirit warrior. He had the blood lineage of the great god Hutu and was somewhat resistant to Hanba's attack. The right half of Ziyan's body had exploded, but the left half of his body was still intact. Just in time, Xiao Mao also gave the order. Hanba retracted her hand and a resentful expression appeared on her ugly face. However, at this moment, just as Zi Ming was about to fly over, Ziyan's body slightly swayed and disappeared from the sky. A concealment technique? Seeing this, Xiao Hua could not help but be alarmed. Without hesitation, he pointed his finger at the sword gourd and shouted, "Quick!" Following Xiao Hua's incantation, the soul-slaying Yuan light rushed out from the sword gourd and flew into the place where Ziyan's body disappeared. A miserable scream came from not far away. Ziyan's head and a bloody light appeared in the sky along with the scream. Young Master Xiao. Zi Ming turned pale with fright. His flying body unconsciously stopped in the sky and looked into the distance in a daze. However, right in front of Zi Ming's eyes, the moment all of Ziyan's corpses fell from the sky, a pitch-black demonic shadow flew out from the corpses and fled into the distance in a panic. Demonic person. Zi Ming's eyes flashed with a fierce light. A kind of realization came from the bottom of his heart. All of his previous doubts had an explanation. Zi Ming's face was cold. He waved the bone staff in his hand and a black aura rushed out and trapped the demonic shadow. Chapter 2879. I have a use for this. Xiao Hua indifferently said, Ziyi, can you capture this demon? Ever since he found out that Zi Ming was Ziyi, this was the first time Xiao Hua had called him Ziyi. Although it was a feint, Ziming's heart immediately burned with passion. The familial love that Ziyan had emptied earlier immediately overflowed again. "No problem, fellow Xiao." Ziming faintly smiled. With a pat of his hand, he took out a round bone particle from the brocade pouch. This bone particle was sparkling and translucent. "Go," Ziming lightly ordered. The bone particle flew into the black gas. With a wave of the bone staff in Ziming's hand, all the black gas surrounded the demon and fell into the bone particle like a whale swallowing water. The bone particle instantly turned black. Within the silky black gas, one could occasionally see a malevolent demon wandering within. "I'll give this to fellow Xiao." Ziming pointed his hand and the bone particle flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked and shook his head. This Ziyan must have been possessed by the demon. This involves the secrets of the Back Earth stronghold. It seems to be more useful to Ziyi, right? Who knew that Ziming actually laughed and said, "I already know what I want to know. What I don't know, I also don't want to know. If fellow Xiao discovers something and feels that you can tell me, then it won't be too late to tell me. I'm afraid that if I listen to this demon's words, I'll treat everyone in the Back Earth stronghold as enemies. Rather than that, it's better not to investigate." "Good." Xiao Hua laughed. "Ziyi is indeed wise. There's no other reason." Ziming sighed. "I'm afraid of losing my family." Then, Ziming flew to the place where Ziyan's corpse fell and collected it. He then took the brocade pouch and found the soul weapon that controlled the 9 divine guards. He gathered the 9 divine guards around him. As for the soul warriors that Ziyan brought, they had already fled in panic. Ziming was too lazy to pay attention to them. On the other hand, Xiao Hua first looked around. With a glance, he saw the blood-stained ground, the brocade pouch, and the faint 3-legged bird's soul floating in the air. "Big brother wants this." Xiao Hua waved his hand and the brocade pouch fell into his hand. The 3-legged bird's soul was also stored into the space. "All right." Xiao Mao looked at Xiao Hua with a smile. Being able to help Xiao Hua and save him, Xiao Mao finally had some confidence in his heart. Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao kept their magical treasures and flew over as well. They looked at Xiao Mao and Hanba curiously. They were curious about Xiao Mao's situation. Xiao Mao looked at everyone's gazes and could only explain the ins and outs of the matter. In fact, it was more or less the same as Xiao Hua and the others' guesses. This Hitorigami was the bloodline of great god Shibai. Due to the drought, it had inherited some of great god Shibai's divine abilities. However, it was born with red hair. In order to return to the appearance of an ordinary person, it still needed the pure bloodline of great god Shibai. And Xiao Mao was precisely what Hanba coveted. How could he not kidnap Xiao Mao when he saw him? However, although the drought demon was a ferocious creature, it still respected the bloodline of the great god, Shibai. In particular, Xiao Mao's bloodline was exceptionally pure. It was extremely useful to Hanba. After Hanba used its innate divine ability to absorb Xiao Mao's blood essence, not only did its red hair disappear, even its speech and actions had undergone a fundamental change. This made Hanba view Xiao Mao as a celestial being. Furthermore, after dozens of days of simple guidance, Xiao Mao had already gained a rough understanding of the power of bloodline. He was able to use his own bloodline to execute the blood-soul explosion technique. This made Hanba admire him even more. Xiao Mao naturally knew that his disappearance would cause Xiao Hua to search for him. The moment Hitorigami achieved some success in refining the blood essence, he urged Hitorigami to bring him out to search for Xiao Hua and the others. Coincidentally, the direction that Ziming escaped in was exactly where Hitorigami was hiding. Just as Xiao Hua was being restrained by the soul warrior using a mysterious black aura, Fairy Hong Xia and the others were being trapped by the 9 divine guards. Xiao Mao brought Hitorigami out in the nick of time and reversed the situation in one fell swoop. After Xiao Mao finished his simple explanation, everyone felt relieved. In this mysterious Million Meng Mountains, even Xiao Hua himself would find it difficult to protect himself. Now, Hanba had appeared beside Xiao Mao. This was a ferocious creature that even the 9 divine guards were afraid of. The soul warrior who easily defeated Xiao Hua was killed by Hanba's claw. This was even more powerful than a nascent soul cultivator. However, Xiao Mao smiled bitterly and said, "It's a pity that Hanba has just refined some of my blood essence. It can't stay outside for too long. When it completely refines the blood essence and comes out from underground, there won't be such a big commotion. After all, it's inconvenient for it to follow us." Xiao Hua and the rest nodded slightly. What Xiao Mao said was extremely correct. Although the dried-up aura of the drought demon had been restrained a lot when it came out, this kind of aura still had an effect on the weather and the grains. If it could be retracted freely, that would be great. But, big brother, you don't have to worry. Hanba's flying speed is very fast. Although the Million Meng Mountains are big, if little brother is in danger, it can still rush over. Xiao Mao continued to explain, moreover, according to Hitorigami, it should be able to travel underground and follow us from afar. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and looked at the unusually hot weather. He said, "Then let it go and cultivate. When it succeeds, I'll come and help you." Yes. Xiao Mao nodded and gave a few orders. Hanba responded with a stutter and jumped into the yellow sand, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Big brother, where are we going now?" Xiao Mao looked at Zi Ming and asked, "Who is this lady?" "Greetings, Mr. Xiao Mao." Zi Ming already knew Xiao Mao's identity. He knew that in the future, he might be the nobleman of Shebi village or even the elder Wu. Therefore, he quickly came over and greeted him. Xiao Hua hurriedly introduced them to each other and roughly explained the situation of the two people. Xiao Mao also came to a realization and greeted Zi Ming again. The two of them already understood the importance of each other. One was Xiao Hua's little brother, the other was Xiao Hua's best friend, so the two of them weren't too distant. "Xiao Mao, Zi Yi." Xiao Hua looked at both of them and said solemnly, "One of you might be the elder Wu of Shebi village, and the other might be Ji Man of Huda village. Both of you are people with great power. How you govern your people, I don't care. Even if you attack Huan country, Shi country, Meng country, or Shi country for the benefit of your two villages, and for the benefit of millions of Meng Mountains natives, I don't care. After all, in the future, you won't be alone. You will represent all kinds of benefits. If you don't do it, the tens of thousands of people under your command won't agree. But, I hope that before you succeed, you must work together and trust each other. After you succeed, you must prioritize the livelihood of the people under the heavens. Don't do too many things that go against the harmony of the heavens." He, fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a Taoist. Zi Ming said with a smile, "My Huda village and Shebi village have always been on good terms. We even have good relations with the other shaman villages in Meng Mountains. Although there would usually be some conflicts between them, it would never escalate to the point where they would fight each other. As for Huan country, Meng country, Shi country, and Lian country, to be honest, we soul warriors don't care about them. The conflict between Shuiyu Mountain and the sword cultivators was previously due to the greed of the elder Wu of some shaman villages for the sword cultivators' swords. Now, it's because of the astronomical phenomenon. If Taoist Xiao can solve the problem of the millet seed, all of these won't be a problem." Miss Zi Ming's words are the thoughts of millions of Meng Mountains natives. Xiao Mao said with a smile, "It's not like Big Brother doesn't know what kind of person I am. Other than hating some cultivators to the bone, I still have a lot of feelings for the 3 countries of cultivation. It's unlikely that I will lead soul warriors to attack the 3 countries' territories, right? People in Jianghu have no choice." Xiao Hua smiled faintly and said softly, "There's no need to make any promises, just accept the kindness in your heart." "Jianghu?" Zi Ming was slightly stunned. Xiao Mao asked curiously, "Big brother, why do you call Miss Ming Zi?" "Sigh, it's a long story." Zi Ming looked at Xiao Mao and then looked into the distance and sighed, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, can we go to Huda village now? What I have promised you, and what I have to do, cannot be delayed any longer." As for Xiao Mao's matter, it will probably take at least half a year. There won't be any results. Huda village? Xiao Mao thought for a moment and nodded slightly. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, I can also go and pay a visit to the seniors of Huda village. Maybe I can gain something. Let's go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and smiled. Senior brotherly, I'll have to trouble you. No problem. Although Li Zongbao's face was calm, ripples were forming in his heart. As his state of mind left the treasured mirror of separation, a touch of red flashed in his eyes. Xiao Hua was facing Li Zongbao and saw it immediately. He hurriedly transmitted his voice, Senior brother, when you used the immortal slaughtering whip just now, how did it feel? No problem, Li Zongbao still replied indifferently. Xiao Hua was a little apologetic and said, previously in the soul refining cave, Master Qin Qin already told me that there were some problems with Senior brother's immortal slaughtering whip. It's all because Junior brother just learned the refining method and wanted to show off a little. I originally wanted to give Senior brother a defensive weapon, but I overreached myself and caused Senior brother such a big trouble. Now that Junior brother has a way to remedy it, Senior brother shouldn't use the immortal slaughtering whip before I can remedy it. Although Li Zongbao wasn't too clear about the consequences of this matter, how could he not know when he was deeply hurt? However, he still replied, no problem. It's better to be alive than to die. You can slowly think of a way. Oh, do you want to take the immortal slaughtering whip first? That's not necessary. Xiao Hua only thought that this spiritual weapon needed to be nourished, especially since Li Zongbao's cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage. Once he cultivated to the nascent soul stage and spent enough time with the immortal slaughtering whip, the power of the spiritual weapon would definitely be greater. Okay, Li Zongbao didn't waste any more time. He clapped his hand and took out the flowing cloud flying boat. As before, he activated it and took everyone into the sky, flying towards the northwest. Chapter 2880. The flying boat had only flown for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, and Zi Ming had already finished dealing with his matters. He straightened his clothes, walked in front of Xiao Hua, and bowed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I concealed my identity from fellow Taoist, please forgive me. Xiao Hua wanted to comprehend the things left by Master Qin Qin, but he couldn't open the brocade pouch. He knew that Zi Ming must have the soul awareness technique, so he waited for her to speak. Now that Zi Ming was serious about this matter, he hurriedly got up and helped Zi Ming up. Zi, you and I are two people in the same world. We're like birds of a feather and we're close friends. You didn't ask me where I'm from and I don't want to know your background. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. I only know that you're the Ziyi who walked in the snow with me in Sky Patrol City. When Fairy Hong Xia heard these words, her lips curled into a faint smile. Good. I like fellow Taoists' magnanimity and sincerity. Joy appeared on Zi Ming's face as he said with a smile, I was originally prepared to return to the Huda village this time. From then on, I would no longer need the identity of Zai. However, since there is Taoist Master Xiao in this world, why can't there be Zai in this world? Ziyi will only appear in front of Master Xiao in the future. Good, Xiao Hua nodded. Nothingness will always be nothingness. There will always be a time when it will be exposed. It is better to let the truth return to the truth and let the falsehood go with the wind. Alas, although I know it is false, I still care about it. As Zi Ming spoke, he clapped his hands and took out the repaired soul-losing lamp. What I told fellow cultivator Xiao and the others in front of Master Qin Qin is the truth. This lowly one doesn't dare to hide anything from everyone. It's just that these things happened decades ago. Then, Zi Ming looked up into the distance. In front of the northwest, the sky was blue and white clouds were faintly discernible. It was as if the worry in her heart could not be dispelled. This concubine remembers it very clearly. Ever since we obtained the soulfall lamp and discovered that it was damaged, this concubine and Zai tried our best to find a way to light it up. At that time, the two of us were extremely naive. We thought that the reason the soulfall lamp was damaged for thousands of years without anyone noticing was because it could be lit up. As long as we lit up the lamp, there would be no fight for the heir of the Huda stockade. And Ziyi did as I said. He swore that he would not compete with me for the position of G-Man. Unfortunately, the soul-losing lamp is the inherited soul treasure of the Huda Stockade. We racked our brains. Not only did we read the Magus code of the Huda Stockade, but we also read all the Magus code of our people. We used all kinds of soul techniques, but we still couldn't light up the lamp. Later, we had no other choice but to visit Master Chin Chin Chin. Of course, the first time, Master, we returned. But on the way back, Z got a broken Magus code by chance. It was the Magus code of an ancient Magus stockade that had fallen. Z read it and found that there was a secret method to light up the soul-losing lamp with souls. Z was overjoyed. He immediately gave the code to me. I was also overjoyed. I thought that the great Huda stockade had opened his eyes and saw our hardships, so he gave us the method. So, before we returned to the Huda stockade, I started to cultivate it. That mystic art is very difficult to understand, and it is also very strange. Although I have been comprehending and cultivating it all the way, it took me another 2 years to master it after I returned to the shaman village. So, I called Ziyi. The two of us stayed in the ancestral hall and tried to light up the soul-losing lamp. I remember clearly that it was a night of 1.5 months. The ancestral hall was very quiet, and only the faint moonlight covered the ground. Just as this concubine's heart was filled with apprehension and confidence, she used a secret technique to light up the soul-falling lamp with her soul flame. However, the soul-falling lamp suddenly changed. The lamp's flame flickered and then went out. Seeing the soul-losing lamp go out, my heart turned cold. The soul-losing lamp lights the soul. When the lamp goes out, the soul will fall to the ground. I didn't use the soul-losing lamp to kill other people's souls. So, what the soul-losing lamp fell to was naturally my own soul. But right at that moment, Zai suddenly waved his bone staff, and in that critical moment, he used the peach zombie replacement technique to place his soul in front of mine. His soul was extinguished by the soul-falling lamp, and I managed to escape with my life. Later, I found out that the peach zombie replacement technique was also a secret method in the Magus code. However, I didn't pay much attention to it. Ziyi, on the other hand, had been paying attention to it. He had been cultivating it when I was learning it. No wonder he disappeared when I returned to the Huda stockade to learn the secret method. I was careless. I didn't expect Ziyi to care so much about me. Although it was decades ago, Zi Ming still had tears in her eyes when she talked about it. Everything seemed to have happened just yesterday. Sigh. Xiao Hua heard this and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He knew that the brother and sister were twins. Their hearts were connected. The brother gave up his life for the sister, and the sister was willing to use her life to redeem her brother's life. It happened too suddenly. I didn't have time to react. Ziye's soul had already fallen into the soul-losing lamp. I could still see a smile and a hint of encouragement on Ziye's face when he fell. After feeling sad for a while, Ziming continued, then, I performed the secret method again, wanting to light up the soul-losing lamp. But, at that moment, a thunderclap came from the sky. A sacred beast that hadn't appeared for hundreds of thousands of years landed near the ancestral shrine of the Huda stockade. It disrupted my plan. Sacred beast? This was the second time Xiao Hua heard Zi Ming mention a sacred beast. However, he wasn't interested in the sacred beast of the Huda stockade. He only raised his eyebrows and listened patiently. The sacred beast's descent caused too much of a commotion. G-Man and Elder Wu were both alarmed. Almost all the elders of the stockade gathered in the ancestral shrine. Zi Ming's eyes flashed with a strange light. The matter between me and Zi Yi was originally impossible to keep a secret. However, coincidentally, the sacred beast's body was unwell. Moreover, I was the first to see the sacred beast. So, I used Ziye's name to take care of the sacred beast. Moreover, I used the sacred beast's name to hide the fact that Ziyi had returned to the Huda Great God's embrace. Then, I disguised myself as two people. When Zi Ming appeared, Ziyi stayed in the ancestral shrine. When Ziyi appeared, Ming stayed in the ancestral shrine. Fortunately, the sacred beast borrowed the power of the hooded great god's bloodline and allowed me to understand its meaning. I gave out orders for it, and no one noticed anything unusual. Of course, as time passed, G-Man seemed to have noticed something. However, she only probed with her words and didn't ask much. She was probably afraid that if Ziyi went, the descendants of the Huda stockade would have a grudge against each other. However, she was wrong. Ziyen was taken advantage of by a demon and his soul was invaded. Alas, the blood refining technique of the demon is quite similar to the bloodline power of our Meng Mountains. Even the ghost controlling technique is similar. If it wasn't for today's situation, it would be really hard to find out. Ming sighed. It seems that our Meng Mountains is no longer a paradise. Hearing this, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the bone from the space. He handed it to Ming without hesitation and said, Ziyi, I wanted to get some information from this demon's soul. But now, it seems that your Huda stockade and your million Meng Mountains are more urgent. I'll leave this to you. There's no need for that. Ming waved his hand and said, not to mention the demon, even swordsmen and cultivators have their eyes on our Meng Mountains shaman stockade. However, after so many years, the descendants of the 12 great gods of Meng Mountains are still standing. How can those petty tricks succeed? Fellow Daoist Xiao, you have a use for this item. You should take it. If it was any other time, Xiaohua would take it. But now, he smiled and said, Ziyi, although you're afraid of getting information you don't want to know from this demon's mouth. But don't you think you're running away? Everything already exists and has already happened. If you don't face it, how can you succeed? Just like how you want to help Ziyi come back to life, although this road is long and endless, you're still looking for it. This kind of determination to face it head-on really makes me admire you. Don't you think that if you can do such a difficult thing, why do you not dare to do these things in front of you? Ming heard Xiaohua call him Ziyi and thought in his heart. He nodded slightly and reached out his hand to take the bone. He forced a smile and said, I know. I will definitely return my Meng Mountains a clear and bright Huda village. Then, he cupped his hands towards Xiao Mao and said, if there's anyone who needs young Master Zhao's help, please don't hesitate to help. Well said. Xiao Mao returned the greeting. Helping Miss is helping myself. Xiao Mao is very clear about this. Seeing Ming take the bone, Xiaohua was relieved. He smiled and said, Ziyi, I heard that the soul sense of your million Meng Mountain soul cultivator is very good. Can you let me see how you temper it? Soul sense? Ming was stunned. That's what I can temper after cultivating for 9 days. Fellow Daoist Xiao, is it useful? Xiaohua laughed with deep meaning. I'm curious about everything. If there's nothing special about this tempering method, can you let me take a look? Naturally, there's nothing to hide. Ming reached out and took out a white bone-like item from the brocade bag. He said with some confusion, this is the bone used in my Meng Mountains records. But, it seems like this item can only be inspected with soul sense. Then I'll have to trouble you, Ziyi. Xiaohua blinked his eyes. All right. Ming understood Xiaohua's meaning. He spent several days to write down the tempering method on a jade slip and gave it to Xiaohua. While he was at it, Ming also gave Xiaohua some records of other soul techniques. He even gave the bone that recorded the million Meng Mountains characters to Xiaohua. Of course, these soul techniques were all extremely simple. Ming didn't dare to overstep Grand Shaman's authority on high-level soul techniques. Chapter 2881. When Xiaohua was satisfied and went to look at the method of tempering his soul, Li Zongbao probed from the side, Miss Ziming, I have a question I want to ask. Please ask, young Master Li. Ming replied politely. Is Zai's body also intact? Otherwise, even if you can use the soul falling lamp to revive Zai. Li Zongbao's tone was conflicted. Clearly, he already had a knot in his heart. Because of his own cowardice, he didn't tell the Kai family of Luyang about Kai Zhuoxia's corpse, which should have long turned into white bones. Young Master Li is right. Ziming nodded slightly. My Meng Mountain specializes in soul techniques, so I'm not unfamiliar with this. When the sacred beast came to the world, I had already made preparations. I'm confident that Zai's corpse won't change even after 1,000 years. Li Zongbao's heart was filled with mixed feelings. His faint regret was self-evident. Even Fairy Hongxia felt somewhat miserable. After all, the Kai family of Luyang was just a small cultivator family. They probably didn't have the ability to protect Kai Zhuoxia's corpse. The road to Huda's stronghold was actually very long. It was so long that it exceeded Xiao Hua's expectations. The flowing cloud airship flew for dozens of days. During this time, Xiao Hua naturally tempered his soul tempering. He also knew that the brocade pouch on the waist of a soul warrior was called a soul nest. It was used to store things and soul beasts. It was more useful than a cultivator's storage pouch. Or rather, it was a combination of a storage pouch and a spirit storage pouch. Dozens of days wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Although Xiao Hua's soul tempering was still very weak, opening the soul nest was no problem. When he saw the things Master Qin left in the soul nest, he felt even more emotional. This was the legacy of a master refiner, a legacy that could be passed down. Inside, besides bones, soul tools, and so on, there were also some materials for refining. These materials were all strange, causing Xiao Hua to be confused. What surprised Xiao Hua the most was that there were many jade slips, sword slips, and other items in the soul nest. They must have been collected by Master Qin over many years. When Xiao Hua picked up the topmost jade slip and looked at it casually, he couldn't help but be stunned. This jade slip was actually written for him. Daoist Master Xiao, if you see this jade slip, then, this old man must have already faced the tribulation. Xiao Hua only glanced at it, but he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He thought to himself, sure enough, Master Qin already knows that she's going to die. Then, Xiao Hua impatiently looked down. Although I don't know when you'll see this jade slip, but I think you've already left Meng Mountains. Meng Mountains was the place where the old were born and raised, but at the same time, it was also the place where the old were buried. She is the home of a soul warrior like me. It is indeed not a place where cultivators and swordsmen like you can enter. Reverend Zhao's arrival in Meng Mountains was arranged by Hudu, the great divinity. She arranged for Reverend Xiao to save the billions of people in Meng Mountains, and also to ensure that my legacy can be passed on better. This jade slip was written after I parted ways with the Daoist. I walked for half a night in the valley, sighing as I looked at the moon and recalled the past hundreds of years of my life. Throughout my life, I've always been thinking for others, but rarely for myself. As long as I could make friends with people, regardless of whether they were soul warriors, swordsmen, or cultivators, I would treat them all equally, never discriminating against them. But why did the great divinity treat me so cruelly? After thinking for half a night, I suddenly realized that unless a person's divine ability reached great success, his spiritual source could reach the heavens, and his soul could become a god, he would eventually return to the embrace of the great divinity. The great divinity, cared for me so much that she sent Reverend Xiao from tens of thousands of miles away to the soul-refining cave to remind me and enlighten me. What else can I complain about? I've devoted my life to the art of artifact crafting, and my heart is for the people of Meng Mountains. My life's work is to be passed on. However, since none of my disciples survived, Daoist Master Xiao must be the only one who passed on this useless legacy of mine to others. Therefore, I've entrusted everything to Reverend Xiao, hoping that Reverend Xiao can find one person in this world. I don't need to say much about this person's potential, but I have one request, which is to treat people with kindness, even if they are soul beasts and spirit birds. Besides, my master is from Meng Mountains. Although I can pass on my legacy to Meng Mountains, my bones. Sigh, I've said too much again. How could Reverend Xiao bring my bones with him? How about this? I've left a keepsake, which was given to me by my master. That place is in Meng Mountains, and I can't go back in this life. If Reverend Xiao wants to pass on your legacy to someone else, then let that person bring my keepsake to my master. Sigh. I've always been thinking, where should I go? But now that I know, my heart is in a mess. Even if I don't understand the meaning of the great divinity, could she be giving me some pointers? Sigh. Anyway, I'll leave my words here. At this point, the jade slip stopped abruptly, as if Master Enchanting's heart was in a mess and she couldn't write any more words. Strange. Xiao Hua withdrew his divine sense and frowned. He really couldn't understand why he had become Master Enchanting's disciple. But when he thought about Master Enchanting, Qing Ming, and the others, weren't they all recorded in the jade slip? None of them survived. But, how could Master Enchanting know something that even he didn't know? Moreover, Master Enchanting's jade slip didn't mention how she knew it, and how he told her. From the jade slip, it seemed that Master Enchanting was struggling. She didn't want to give up, and the soul nest was just one of her solutions. Presumably, the reason why she ordered her disciples to pack up the things on the reception platform was also her last resistance before she died, right? Unfortunately, the ending was just like what the jade slip said. None of them could escape from Master Enchanting's premonition. Ziyan is too insidious. Xiao Hua thought coldly. He ordered the 9 divine guards to attack Master Enchanting in order to kill Ziyi and take away the soul-falling lamp. Who would have thought that we would leave in advance, and they wouldn't be able to catch up with us? When they turned around and caught up with us, we had to change our direction, and that was why we had to urgently surround them. Fortunately, Xiao Mao and Hanba appeared in time, and killed them. Worshipping the night. Perhaps the death of a benevolent person like Master Enchanting made hooded God shed tears. Xiao Hua sighed, put the jade slip and soul nest into his space, and stood up from the flowing cloud-flying boat. At this moment, Zi Ming and Xiao Mao were together. Both of them were heirs of the Wu village and had to face enemies. It was necessary for them to discuss some things. Fairy Hong Xia had been worried about Xiao Hua. When she saw Xiao Hua stand up, she walked over from Li Zongbao's side and said softly, "Xiao Hua, Hong Xia." Xiao Hua rarely called Fairy Hong Xia by her name. At this moment, with a smile in his eyes, he reached out and held her hand. "Has your divine sense recovered?" Fairy Hong Xia enjoyed the warmth of Xiao Hua's hand. That kind of warmth was a kind of mental support. "It's still early." Xiao Hua shook his head slightly, but with the soul consciousness tempering technique, it will be of some help. Xiao Hua's words had a double meaning. Fairy Hong Xia smiled. It was rare for Xiao Hua to tell her the secret of the soul technique he knew. Then, Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked outside the flying boat. The vast land was yellow and not the usual lush green and vitality. However, Xiao Hua pointed his finger and said, "Although the millions of Meng mountains are dry, compared to the situation of Meng Kingdom, it is worse. But now, Meng Kingdom has gradually overcome the crisis and is gradually recovering. Perhaps in 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, sooner or later, they will return to us a vigorous cultivation country. As for this place, as long as it exists, there is hope. As long as there is hope, there is a direction to work hard." How can a soul warrior who abandoned millions of Meng mountains become a soul warrior? The soul warriors who merged with Huan Kingdom and the cultivation country have already abandoned their roots. Although there is hope for survival, this hope has already deviated and is no longer the hope of a soul warrior. Yes, what Xiao Hua said is very true. Fairy Hong Xia nodded. As long as a person is alive, there is hope. No matter what difficulties, no matter what dangers, we cannot give up on this final defense. We cannot give up on the life that gives birth to hope. Yes, even Master Qin, at the last moment, still wanted to struggle. Xiao Hua said with emotion. Unexpectedly, the corner of Fairy Hong Xia's mouth raised slightly and she transmitted her voice. "Master Qin's reputation is very good. There must be a lot of good things in his valley. searched it once, don't tell me you didn't find anything? Besides, that Zi Ming didn't find any storage bags from Master Qin Qin's corpse. Don't tell me you don't know anything. Sigh, nothing knows a husband better than a wife. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Fairy Hongxia's favorable impression of Master Qin Qin was obviously much worse than Xiao Hua's. She didn't seem to understand Master Qin Qin's realm at all. However, this couldn't be blamed on her. When Xiao Hua first met Master Qin Qin, he didn't have a good expression on his face and even spoke some strange words. If not for Master Qin Qin's request, if not for knowing some secrets, how could Xiao Hua be convinced by Master Qin Qin? Hee, nothing to say now, right? Fairy Hongxia smiled. That friend of yours, Zai, is quite assured of you and didn't ask a single question. Really, you should keep the goodies within the family. Hee, Xiao Hua could only smile bitterly. You should never guess the heart of a female cultivator. By the way, my wife, why did that demon say you're the descendant of Divine Mother Peacock? What's going on? Xiao Hua frowned and suddenly asked. Che, Fairy Hongxia snorted through her nose, how would I know that? I'm just a descendant of a branch of the Kai clan. I came to the ancestral shrine of millions of Meng mountains with the help of my master. How would I know about this so-called descendant of Divine Mother Peacock? Chapter 2882. But you are now the successor of the Phoenix token, the successor of the ancient Phoenix. Xiao Hua saw that he had successfully changed the topic, so he said earnestly, you have to know. Think about it, isn't it strange that your Kai clan's ancestral temple is in the millions of Meng mountains? Sigh, there must be a path in front of the mountain. Fairy Hongxia sighed, there are too many secrets in this world, I don't want to know too much. To be able to protect my husband and accompany my husband to roam the Xiaoyu continent is enough for me to live a happy life. Xiao Hua smiled, his heart was filled with sweetness. This small wish, he would be able to satisfy Fairy Hongxia. Husband. Fairy Hongxia's head tilted in front of Xiao Hua's chest. Although her figure was slender, standing beside Xiao Hua, she could only touch his chest. What's wrong? Xiao Hua replied in a low voice. Under the flying boat, there are hundreds of starving natives. Fairy Hongxia hesitated for a moment, then said, along the way, I have seen at least 10,000 people. I saw that you were repairing your spiritual sense, so I did not dare to disturb you, but there are too many dead people. I have not seen cannibalism before, but I have also seen it. You, that seed of yours, is it useful? 10,000 people? Xiao Hua's heart trembled. Yes, 10,000 people, although these lives belonged to the natives and had nothing to do with Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua could not help but feel heartache. As for Fairy Hongxia, she could ignore the death of Grandmaster Qin Qin, Qing Ming, and dozens of others. However, when she saw tens of thousands of people starving to death, Fairy Hongxia could not help but remind Xiao Hua of this. Senior Brotherly, stop the flying boat. Xiao Hua ordered without hesitation. Poor Li Zongbao. He was a famous cultivator in the Sword Dao battle. He was also known as the #1 late Foundation establishment cultivator under the Golden Core stage. Now, he was only reduced to being in charge of the flowing cloud flying ship. Moreover, after hearing Xiao Hua's orders, Li Zongbao naturally stopped. The flying ship slowly descended and stopped on a gentle slope. Big brother. Xiao Mao left Zi Ming and ran over. Is there anything strange? No. Xiao Hua jumped down from the flying boat and jumped in front of the few starving natives. Using his weak soul sense, Xiao Hua already understood that these natives were really starving to death. They were not like Xia Qiu who fainted from hunger. These natives, are they the people of Ho-Tu village or the people of Shibai village? Xiao Hua asked in a deep voice. Look here. Zi Ming pointed at the Aborigine's chest and said, if you have the soul pattern of great god Shibai or the sacred beast of Shibai village, then you are a citizen of Shibai village. Zi Ming was pointing at two curved green snakes with frightening mouths and long tongues. Needless to say, they were the two snakes on God Shibai's ears. They should be the people of Shibai village. Xiao Mao bit his lips and said, Sigh, I've been watching for dozens of days. What do you think? Xiao Hua ignored Xiao Mao's explanation. However, Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. Big brother, what can I do? Although I have just grasped the power of the bloodline, I am still very far away from mastering it. Even Hanba is still far away from being able to control the weather. At this point, Xiao Mao's eyes suddenly lit up and he said happily, could it be? Big brother still has a lot of millet seeds. Sigh, naturally not a lot. Xiao Hua sighed. However, if I see these natives starve to death one by one, I can't bear it. If you don't have a lot of millet seeds, then you can only bear the pain. Ming said from the side, in order to save more people, the millet seeds must not be wasted. During this period of time, Xiao Hua had been harvesting the millet seeds in his space. His primordial spirit was already very nimble and was no different from an ordinary person. However, because he had been working all along, Xiao Hua did not try to use his primordial spirit to cast any spells. Since he already had enough millet seeds, Xiao Hua decided to use them to solve his urgent need. Let's do some things along the way. Xiao Hua took out a storage pouch and said, Big brother has a plan in mind and will keep some. All right. Xiao Mao took it and looked at Ming. Miss Ming, let's go together. Together? Ming did not understand. There is no need to deliberately sow seeds. Xiao Hua believed in the survival ability of these millet seeds. He chuckled and threw 100 millet seeds on the dry land. Fellow Taoist Xiao, isn't it too wasteful? Ming looked at the millet seeds with some heartache. Sigh, we can only do this. Xiao Hua sighed. Even if someone comes and picks up these millet seeds, they can still live. Alright, I understand. Ming understood Xiao Hua's painstaking efforts. However, Xiao Mao was a bit hesitant. Such actions, I'm afraid no one will know that it is Taoist Zhao's doing. The heavens are watching what people do. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. Human life is the most important. In this situation, this Xiao still thinks of false reputation. How would I dare to call myself Taoist Xiao? Xiao Mao, Ming, I'm afraid it is not suitable for you to say that these millet seeds were obtained from Taoist Xiao. Fairy Hong Xia said with a light laugh. That's right. Ming nodded. If the people of Huda's stronghold know that these are the millet seeds of a cultivator, I'm afraid there will be great waves. But the people of Bailu's stronghold probably already know by now, right? Xiao Mao immediately understood. Bailu's stronghold's elder Wu won't be so rash. Ming smiled. Young Master Xiao, please rest assured. At this moment, Xiao Hua also understood. Even if he sent these millet seeds to Huda's stronghold and Shibai stronghold's elder Wu and Ji Man, they would probably have to consider it. The impact of this would be too far-reaching. Using a cultivator's millet seeds to save the people of the 12 great gods, this plan would definitely become one of the countless secrets in Meng Mountains. People always think too much and think too much for themselves. Xiao Hua was helpless. He didn't want to be the Fortune Gate's gate master because of this reason. A person's heart was big enough to accommodate the world. Instead of scheming against others, it was better to take a step back and wander freely in the sky. I can only wrong Big Brother. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. What's wrong with me? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said, both of them were picked up. This merit was also given to me by Huda Great God and Shibai Great God, so why can't I give it to them? Actually, Big Brother can also help. Xiao Mao said with a smile, those talismans that can make rain are excellent. They even have the ability to restrain the power of this little brother's bloodline. Big Brother can refine more of them and make the people of Meng Mountain see you as a god. Not bad. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and suddenly understood. During this period of time, he had been thinking about tempering his soul sense, Li Zongbao's injuries, and his own divine sense. He had forgotten his original intention when he first met Grandmaster Qin Qin. Using soul power to enunciate the green seal characters, that was the true art of moving clouds and summoning rain. But, that's using life essence, which is the life essence of the body and the lifespan as the price. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua raised his head and asked, Zai, I remember giving you 4 rejuvenation pills that day, do you still have any on you? Yes. Zai did not hesitate to clap his hands and took out a jade box. I gave one to Elder Wu, one for myself, and one for Grandmaster Qin Qin. I still have one left. Oh. Is this for G-Man? Xiao Hua was a little surprised, if it's related to Zai's future. At this point, Fairy Hong Xia touched Xiao Hua with her hand, as if to remind Xiao Hua of something. Seeing this, Ziming said generously, if G-Man takes the rejuvenation pill, how can I covet G-Man's position? This one is for Zai. Xiao Hua immediately understood, but he was a little confused and asked, Zai, G-Man isn't your, this G-Man is not the G-Man from before. At this point, Ziming didn't explain any further. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua immediately understood why Huda's stronghold had a fight for the air. However, at this point, everyone's eyes flashed with a kind of understanding, and Fairy Hong Xia almost shouted, Sister. That Grandmaster Qin Qin's rejuvenation pill, that's right. Ziming's eyes flashed with resentment. Grandmaster Qin Qin must have been harmed by Ziyan. This concubine presented the rejuvenation pill in front of Elder Wu and G-Man, stating that there was only one of it and that G-Man could not obtain it. Naturally, she would have some complaints. Although she did not say anything on the surface and even praised this concubine does not know what she ordered Ziyan to do. Grandmaster Qin Qin's rejuvenation pill must have been sent back to Huda's stronghold immediately after Ziyan obtained it. Forget it. Xiao Hua heard this and waved his hand, this item is Zai's, you can keep it for now. If I need it before refining it, I will borrow it first, otherwise I will not ask for it again. Okay. Ziming and Xiao Hua did not hesitate, and with a flip of their hands, they kept the rejuvenation pill in their soul nest. Next, the flying boat rose into the sky again, but the flying speed was slowed down. In addition to Li Zongbao driving the flying boat, Xiao Mao, Ziming, and Fairy Hong Xia all released their spirit sense, and whenever they saw natives or shaman strongholds, the 3 of them would send out the seeds. Naturally, if it was the people of Shibai's stronghold, Xiao Mao would appear, and if it was the people of Huda's stronghold, Ziming would appear. As for Xiao Hua, he just sat cross-legged in a corner of the flying boat, and released his spirit sense, looking for soul power in Grandmaster Qin Qin's soul nest. In the space, the human-shaped primordial spirit had stopped farming, and began to sit cross-legged like Xiao Hua outside the space, and began to try to cast spells. Naturally, the primordial spirit's first attempt was the fireball spell that Xiao Hua was most familiar with. Xiao Hua did not dare to let the primordial spirit cause trouble near the spiritual herbs and seeds, so he threw it far away in a barren place in the space, and let it cause trouble. Chapter 2883. Xiao Hua watched as the primordial spirit waved the familiar hand signs, but there was no movement. He understood that this must be another difficult exploration, and it was fundamentally different from planting spirit herbs. Thus, he pulled his mind out of the space and began his own comprehension. However, just before his mind left, he saw the soul of the 3-legged bird again. This thing was the soul essence of the spirit treasure in the short spirit warrior's hand, and it almost killed Xiao Hua. Its power and mystery were self-evident. However, when Xiao Hua was comprehending the pronunciation of the green seal text, he still didn't think of the use of this soul essence. In the following days, the flowing cloud airship flew deeper into the Meng Mountains, and the number of spirit warriors and spirit beasts they encountered gradually increased. However, with Zi Ming's face and her shaman token, they didn't encounter any trouble. However, Zi Ming was finally annoyed. After all, she had to explain every time and stop every time. Wasn't it a waste of time? Thus, under Zi Ming's request, everyone had no choice but to change to a spirit beast. Looking at the incomparably large spirit beast, Xiao Mao couldn't help but think of the deceased Xia Qi and the 2 green shaman feathers, and hatred arose in his heart. He thought of Zi Yan, who was killed by his drought demon. That Night Rain was supposed to kill him with Zi Yan, and he didn't know why Night Rain didn't continue to pursue him that day. Otherwise, he could have killed him with drought demon's power. Perhaps, it's just ahead. This Xiao can't avoid facing him directly, and this Xiao can't avoid facing the things that have already happened. Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with determination. After all, this Xiao Mao is not the Xiao Mao of the past. With Big Brother, Drought Demon, and the support of Great God Shibai's people, I am the Emperor. No one dares to disobey my orders. The body of the spirit beast Zi Ming got from the unknown shaman stronghold was probably dozens of feet in size, and with its wings, it was hundreds of feet in size. This was something Xiao Hua had never seen before. Sitting on the back of this soul beast, it seemed to be even steadier than the flowing cloud-flying ship. However, compared to the flying ship, this soul beast didn't have any arrays on its back. The whistling heavenly wind that rushed into his mouth and nose made him very uncomfortable. Of course, everyone's protective yellow talismans and Zi Ming's protective soul technique were all activated, so these hardships were not a problem. Dozens of days later, a continuous mountain range appeared in the distant horizon. Zi Ming's face showed a trace of joy. He pointed his finger and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, the Huda village is in front of us. I haven't been back for several years." Oh. Could it be that Zai didn't go directly from Huda's stronghold to Grandmaster Enrichin's place? Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Of course not. Zi Ming covered his mouth and laughed. Otherwise, how could I not know about the drought demon? How could you not know that Zi Yan had invited the 9 divine guards? At this point, Zi Ming's smile gradually faded. He looked into the distance and said, "However, I don't know what's going on in the Huda stronghold. How did that damnable Zi Yan know my whereabouts and even arranged such a meticulous sneak attack? We'll know when we get back." Xiao Hua smiled. That's true. Zi Ming looked back at Xiao Mao and said to Xiao Hua, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I've already discussed with young Master Xiao. Today, when we go to the Huda stronghold, we won't reveal your identities for the time being. You are all young Master Zhao's senior brothers and sisters, and you came to Meng Mountains to protect him. When young Master Zhao's identity is confirmed, and he gets the approval of Old Wu and Ji Man, his matter will naturally be easy to handle." "Of course, no problem." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "We are his senior brothers and sisters. Young Master Xiao is naturally a bargaining chip for me. When I find an opportunity to light up the soul-falling lamp, I will do my best to support young Master Xiao." Zi Ming said with a smile. "No problem. Everything will be according to our previous discussion." Xiao Mao nodded. "When we get here, we will follow Miss Zi Ming's lead." The soul beast under Xiao Hua's feet was called the Kuan Horizon. With a flap of its wings, it flew across several miles. Seeing that the mountain range was getting closer, the Kuan Horizon let out a long cry that traveled several miles. Not long after, several soul beasts flew out from the mountain range. They were all controlled by spirit warriors. These soul beasts came to welcome them. When they saw Zi Ming standing in front, they all respectfully saluted. Then, some of the soul beasts led the way while others guarded the left side of the Kuan Horizon. When they gradually entered the mountain range, Xiao Hua was stunned. Looking at Fairy Hong Xia, who was also stunned, Xiao Hua asked with a bitter smile, "Ziyi, this is the shaman stronghold in Meng Mountains? Is this the Huda stronghold where the descendants of the great god Huda live?" Of course. Zi Ming replied with a smile. Her eyes flashed with a hint of slyness as if she was very satisfied with everyone's astonishment. She asked, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao thinks that only the 3 kingdoms of cultivators have such beautiful scenery? That only cultivators like you can live in such an elegant palace?" Of course not. Xiao Hua was a little speechless. Pointing at the endless palaces and pavilions in the mountain range, he said, "But, it's called a shaman stronghold, so it should look like a mountain stronghold, right?" That's right. As far as everyone's eyes could see, there were several continuous mountain ranges. Within these mountain ranges, there were dozens of towering peaks. Whether it was these steep peaks or the slightly flat mountain ranges, there were palaces and pavilions of different sizes on them. These palaces and pavilions seemed to be very simple in style. It was very different from the style of the Imperial Thunder School and the Utmost Happiness School. However, these palaces and pavilions had a kind of elegance, a kind of delicacy, and a kind of indescribable charm. How was this the scene they saw in Baitan Stronghold? Of course, it was beyond their expectations. Who said that a mountain stronghold has to be a stronghold? Who said that palaces and pavilions can't be called a stronghold? Zi Ming asked mischievously. Sister, you should have told us earlier so that we could be prepared. Homxia Fairy said with a smile. I wanted to tell you, but I didn't know where to start. Zi Ming said with a smile. However, when I was in Sentry City, I heard a lot about the barbarians of Meng Mountain. If I had told you earlier, would you have thought that I was showing off? Let's not talk about this. Xiao Hua waved his hand. After taking a closer look, he said with a smile, look at the left side of the mountain range. Although the water flow has almost disappeared, there must have been water in the mountains and stones in the water. Even the water villages in Shi country can't compare to this, right? Alas, that's true. Zi Ming sighed. When this concubine was young, I played in the water with this midnight. Those big and small streams, high and low waterfalls, and the continuous fine grass like brocade, and the lush forest like spring. It's really a memory that makes one reluctant to part with. Now, although the wizards and elders in the stronghold have used their magical powers to preserve the previous relics, but it's not as beautiful as before. Zi Ming was right. In the vicinity of the mountain range, around the gurgling stream, there were many dry depressions crisscrossing one another. They looked a little rugged, like old scars on a person's body. On the mountain peak, there were obvious traces of erosion by the waterfall. That's right, at this moment, only the dried moss had withered and turned yellow, even forming an ugly layer. From afar, it looked like scars on a person's face, destroying the beauty of the mountain range. Alas, the vicissitudes of life are the power of the heavenly way. This is just a small part of it. Xiao Hua was a little emotional and sighed in a low voice. While they were talking, they had already flown to the foot of the mountain. The area at the foot of the mountain was very large. Most of the places were deep valleys. Only the side close to the mountain peak had a flat slope of about 100 feet. At the edge of this flat slope, there were still some pavilions and pavilions built with thick logs. It seemed like these valleys were originally deep ponds, and these pavilions were built to welcome guests next to the ponds. The Kuenya landed on the ground and retracted his wings. The spirit warrior who was leading the way and the other spirit warriors who were escorting the Kuenya all dismounted from their soul beasts and flew down. The dozen or so spirit warriors arranged themselves in an elegant formation in front of the Kuenya. The spirit warriors at the front stepped forward and bowed. Young Miss Xiao Hua was a little stunned. The accent of this soul warrior was completely different from the language of the millions of people in Meng Mountain. It was also different from the language of the 3 cultivation countries of Xiaoyu continent. However, there were some similarities, and it was easy to distinguish. Zi Ming nodded slightly and gave a few more instructions about Kuenya. Finally, she pointed at Xiao Mao and said, "This is the honored guest of Shibai village. The cultivators next to him are his martial brothers. Arrange a quiet room and report to Senior Wu first. I will take them to the guest hall to greet Senior Wu." "Yes, miss." The soul warrior respectfully replied, but then he immediately smiled and said, "However, Senior Wu is not in Ho-Tu village right now. Only Senior Ji-Man is in the village." "Oh." Zi Ming was a little surprised. She stopped and asked curiously, "Where did Senior Wu go? He hasn't left Wu village for dozens of years. Why did he suddenly?" "Yes, Miss knows. The soul warrior still smiled and replied, Senior Wu left Ho-Tu village half a year ago. As for where he went, this little one doesn't know. Is there anything else going on in the village? Ziming stared at the soul warrior and asked. The soul warrior was stunned and looked at Ziming in confusion. After a while, he said, besides sending soul warriors to Drifting Cloud Lake and other places, there is nothing special. In addition, the drought is too serious. Many Senior Wu and G-Man of Wu Village have gone to Ho-Tu Village to discuss countermeasures with G-Man. And? Ziming frowned and asked, is there anything else about the drought? Oh, and young Master Zi Yen brought his subordinates to the vicinity of Xuan Mountain. It is said that there is a monster that caused the drought there. The soul warrior seemed to have thought of something and quickly answered. Chapter 2884. Then, is Lil Six back yet? Ziming was about to leave when he heard that. However, after taking a step forward, he asked casually. Young Master Zi Yen hasn't returned yet. And I didn't receive any message. The soul warrior quickly replied. Good. Ziming nodded with a trace of hesitation on his face. He turned to look at Xiao Hua and the others, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing Ziming's expression, Xiao Hua came to a realization and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Ziyi, Elder Wu is not here, and G-Man is the leader of this Huda stronghold. We should avoid her for now. Ziming smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. He didn't answer Xiao Hua and instructed the soul warrior, go and report to G-Man, tell her about my return, and see if she can receive the guests in the reception hall. Yes, I understand. The soul warrior didn't dare to delay and went forward. Seeing that the soul warrior had gone far, Xiao Hua whispered again, it seems that the several hundred soul warriors led by Zi Yen haven't returned yet. Presumably, that bastard used the pretext of killing Hanba to bring the divine guards and soul warriors out. I wonder if G-Man knows that Zi Yan's target is you. Moreover, those soul warriors have seen us and Hanba. Now, G-Man is the only one left in this Huda stronghold. Without Elder Wu's protection, Ziming thought for a while and smiled bitterly. As far as I know, Elder Wu has never left the Huda stronghold. Who knows why he went out this time? Since I have returned to the Huda stronghold, there is no reason not to go in, right? As for whether G-Man knows Zi Yan's goal, I can't tell. After all, G-Man has been good to us since we were young. She didn't even ask for the soul falling lantern. I can't tell before I get the memories of the demon. Then, Ziming looked at the vermilion door on the slope and said word by word, I can only gamble now. After the gamble, Xiaolu will be possessed by the demon, and G-Man won't fall into the trap by relying on our Meng Mountain soul technique. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. Actually, it's not that easy to be possessed by a demon. I'll have to test fellow Zhao's depth again. Ziming said faintly as he brought Xiao Hua and the others to the Vermilion Gate. Xiao Hua raised his head and saw that the Vermilion Gate was several zhang in size. It was very grand, and it was only a simple red color. It looked very flat, but this red color was extremely strange. When he glanced at it, he actually felt like his entire body was being sucked in. Around the vermilion door were several buildings of the same color. These buildings were painted with strange runes. Aside from the runes, there were also some fist-sized diagrams. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see that these fist-sized diagrams actually contained extremely complicated and minute stories. These stories contained natives, soul warriors, strange soul beasts, and even the image of a great god that radiated light in all directions. Withdrawing his gaze from these places, Xiao Hua slightly paused his steps and said with a smile, where there's water, you have to test its depth. Otherwise, you'll never be able to walk through this water. Junior brother Xiao, you are today's main character. This Xiao will be ranked behind senior brother Li. Hee, alright. Big brother. Xiao Mao was used to walking behind Li Zongbao and the others. When he heard Ziming's words, he quickly walked behind Ziming. Li Zongbao also strode over without saying anything. Sigh, I've never felt that this step was so difficult. No one knows if this step will lead to life or death. After Ziming sighed, his voice was very heavy. He lifted his foot and stepped over the vermilion door that was even higher than his knee. Once you step over, you'll be able to see the vast sea and sky. Xiao Mao behind Ziming said with deep meaning. Not necessarily. Ziming had already entered the vermilion door. Looking at the huge square behind the vermilion door, he said, yes, I've stepped over, but who knows if I'll be facing a calm sea. Or an ocean with monstrous waves. Xiao Hua listened from behind and sighed. Wasn't that right? Previously, Ziming only wanted to light up the soul-falling lamp and fight for his position as G-Man, and find a chance to resurrect Sai. But now, Ziyan's move tore apart their familial relationship. Only now did Ziming see that the peaceful Huda stronghold not only had to face the upheaval of millions of Meng mountains, but also had to face the test of familial love and the cruelty of power. Perhaps Ziyan was no longer the Ziyan of the past, but what about familial love? Was it still the same familial love as before? Walking through the square and passing through several palaces, Xiaohua felt as if he had returned to the Imperial Thunder sect. Even the elegance and splendor of the palaces and pavilions were far from comparable to the 8 great thunder palaces of the Imperial Thunder sect. Looking at Li Zongbao, he also had a look of astonishment on his face. Yes, this was only the Huda stronghold. Just the aura of this palace alone was enough to suppress the utmost happiness faction and the Imperial Thunder sect. These millions of Meng mountains, TSK, they're really uncivilized. There was a magnificent palace in front of them, and there were some spirit warriors patrolling in front of the gate. Ziming pointed her finger and said, in front of us is the welcoming hall of our Huda stronghold. Whenever a distinguished guest arrives, Elder Wu and G-Man will receive them in this hall. Young Master Xiao is the descendant of the great god Shibai, and even Hanba is loyal to you. In the future, you'll be the famous Elder Wu of Meng Mountains. You're worthy of our Huda stronghold's welcoming hall. Thank you, Ziming. Xiao Mao's face showed a smile. However, when Ziming brought Xiao Mao to the front of the welcoming hall, the vermilion gate didn't open. Instead, the spirit warrior who sent the message earlier stood there awkwardly. He bowed and said, reporting to Miss, G-Man invites young Master Xiao to the Huai Xian Pavilion. She's there to receive young Master Xiao. Huai Xian Pavilion? Ziming stared blankly, and a trace of displeasure appeared on her face. Miss, if there's nothing else, I'll go out to patrol, the spirit warrior hurriedly excused himself. Go, Ziming waved her hand and ordered indifferently. After the spirit warrior left, Ziming smiled apologetically and said, young Master Xiao, I was too full of myself. It doesn't matter. Anywhere is fine. Right now, I'm not a legitimate person. Meeting G-Man is the same as meeting an elder. I don't have any objections. Xiao Mao hurriedly comforted. All right. Ziming bit her lips and said, the Huai Xian Pavilion is the place where G-Man receives G-Man from the Huda stronghold. G-Man's actions seem to be, we'll know when we get there. Xiao Mao was a bit displeased, but he couldn't say anything. Sure enough, the Huai Xian Pavilion was much smaller than the welcoming hall. It was only a 2-story pavilion by the side of the mountain. Moreover, there were thick trees under the pavilion, and there wasn't a stream of water. It looked a bit simple and crude. Walking along the winding corridor in front of Huai Xian Pavilion to the front of the small building, several servant girls with slightly dark skin bowed in greeting. Ziming and the others tidied up their clothes and went downstairs under the guidance of the servant girls. It was an exquisite room about 100 feet in size. There were some animal skins on the walls, some strange decorations, and some calligraphy and paintings. Following Li Zongbao into the pavilion, Xiao Mao's eyes swept across the room and landed on the calligraphy and paintings. He couldn't help but gasp. The animal skins and decorations were fine, as they all carried the aura of millions of Meng mountains. But these calligraphy and paintings were all inscriptions, and not a single one was green seal script. Confucian cultivators? Thinking of the strange scenery of the Huda stronghold, Xiaohua suddenly understood that there were not only soul cultivators in the Huda stronghold, but also Confucian cultivators. Sigh, it's a mess, a mess. Xiaohua sighed and retracted his gaze. He was about to raise his head and look at the ceiling of the room. Ziming, you're back. How's the harvest? A kind voice came from above, and Xiaohua's gaze also fell on that direction. Sitting at the ceiling of the room was an old woman with snow-white hair. This old woman was quite tall. Although she was sitting cross-legged on the floor, she looked as tall as an ordinary person. The old woman's face didn't have many wrinkles, and there was a layer of faint luster. She looked similar to a middle-aged woman, but this luster was somewhat dark. Together with the old woman's skin that was not white, it was somewhat similar to the old woman's black clothes. However, the old woman's face was very kind, and together with her kind voice, it gave people a feeling of amiability. Xiaohua's gaze swept across Ji-Man, and his heart thumped. Immediately, he felt a sense of vigilance. Yes, although Xiaohua didn't use his divine sense to investigate, he knew that his magic might not be able to see the depth of this Ji-Man's cultivation base. This Ji-Man just sat there quietly, no different from an ordinary old woman. She didn't have the ethereal figure of the experts of the Tao sect, and also didn't have the feeling that her aura couldn't be measured. However, it was this kind of real existence that made Xiaohua feel like he was looking up at a tall mountain. This was just a feeling, a reason that couldn't be explained. This was the first expert that Xiaohua met since he entered Million Meng Mountains, whose cultivation base he couldn't measure. Xiaohua felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart, as if even if he wanted to fight with this Ji-Man, he didn't know how to do it. Xiaohua only took a glance, and immediately lowered his head. After all, today's main character was Xiao Mao. Reporting to Ji-Man. Ziming didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. Boy has a great harvest this time. Oh. The old woman raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, could it be that you have the confidence to ignite the soul-setting lamp? That's right. Ziming said with a smile, boy has obtained a secret technique, and now he has the confidence to ignite the soul-setting lamp. Oh, there's such a secret technique in this world? It can actually ignite the soul-setting lamp? The old woman said with a smile, this is really an eye-opener for this old woman. Ziming bit his lips, thought for a moment, then bowed and said, reporting to Ji-Man, boy, previously, he hid something from Ji-Man. That soul-setting lamp is actually damaged. This time, boy went to the soul-refining cave and asked Grandmaster Hua Qin to repair the soul-setting lamp. The old woman's expression didn't change at all, she still smiled and said, Hua Qin finally made a move? Unfortunately, this is the third time he repaired a soul treasure. I'm afraid he has already returned to the embrace of great god Ho Tu. Ziming's eyes flashed, and said word by word, Grandmaster Hua Qin has returned to the embrace of great god Ho Tu's. But he was touched by great god Ho Tu's compassion for the people of Meng Mountains. So, during great god Ho Tu's sacrificial night, she took him into her embrace. Oh. The old woman raised her eyebrows, she actually put her palms together and said to the sky, thank you great god Ho Tu's. As expected, great god has opened her eyes and allowed Hua Qin to have a good ending. Chapter 2885. Ziming opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. After the old woman finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Mao and smiled, this is the child with the bloodline of the great god Shibai? Junior Xiao Mao greets Ji-Man. Xiao Mao quickly bowed. Li Zongbao and the others, who had been waiting for an opportunity, also quickly bowed. Yes, Ji-Man, Ziming was a little impatient when he saw Ji-Man and actually forgot his etiquette. Only now did he come to his senses and hurriedly introduced, this is Xiao Mao. These are his senior brothers and sisters from the three kingdoms of cultivation. Then, Ziming told her the names of the three people. Obviously, Ji-Man was only interested in Xiao Mao. His gaze swept past Li Zongbao and the others before landing on Xiao Mao alone. He seemed to be scrutinizing him, and after a while, he suddenly opened his mouth and said something strange. Naturally, Xiao Mao responded calmly. The two of them talked for a while, then Ji-man frowned and stopped. She looked away, as if she was thinking about something. Ji-man, Ziming knew that Xiao Hua and the others couldn't understand, so she whispered, after asking for so long, "Can you confirm that Xiao Mao is the descendant of Ji-man?" Humph, Ji-man glanced at Ziming and said coldly, "He doesn't have any impression of his mother, and according to him, ever since he was born, his mother and father were by his side. According to what I know, for the last 100 years, no patriarch Wu and Ji-man from Shibai village had ever left Meng Mountains. Also, according to Xiao Mao's age, he might be related to the current Ji-man of Shibai village, but Ji-man doesn't have any children." This. Ziming was a little stunned. She thought that even if she didn't know the secret of Shibai village, her Ji-man would know. Who knew that Ji-man also didn't know about Xiao Mao's background? Looking again, Xiao Mao was also at a loss. It was as if he had fallen into a fog. "But Xiao Mao's shaman?" Ziming asked. Ji-man also said curiously, "Yes, this is also what I don't understand. Xiao Mao's bloodline is extremely pure. From the looks of it, it is even purer than the current Ji-man of Shibai village. His mother or father, who exactly is it?" Upon hearing this, Ziming seized the opportunity to ask, "Ji-man, isn't the nether passage mirror in my Huda stronghold able to see the state of the netherworld? Boy, I remember that treasure hasn't been used for many years, right?" "Yes, that's true. If I can see Xiao Mao's mother or father's face, perhaps I can think of something." Ji-man nodded his head slightly. But, he gave Ziming a glance and said with a deep voice, "Ziming, even though Xiao Mao is the descendant of the great god Shibai, he doesn't have anyone to rely on in Meng Mountains. With just his 3 senior martial brothers and senior martial sister, I'm afraid it's harder for him to earn a place for himself in Shibai village. Let alone, wanting to be like you." However, at this point, he hurriedly smiled and said, "Of course, even if Xiao Mao can't obtain the position of Elder Wu in Shibai village, there is still a suitable place for him in Tian village." Upon hearing this, Ziming's face turned awkward, while Xiao Mao's lips curled into a wry smile. Ji-man, Ziming rolled his eyes and said, "Boy, it took a lot of effort to repair the soul-setting lamp, and I wish to light it up as soon as possible. Ji-man, please make the decision and see when we can start the ceremony. Lighting up the soul-setting lamp is an important matter for our Huda stronghold. We can't be reckless." Unexpectedly, Ji-man waved her hand and said, "Elder Wu is not in Huda's stronghold now, and even Ziyan has gone out to kill the ferocious beasts. If I start the ceremony in a hurry, not only will it be unjustified, it will also be unfair to Ziyan, right? Then where did Elder Wu go? When will he be back?" Ziming asked. "Elder Wu received the Witch King's order and went to Witch God Ridge. Although he didn't say anything, I guess it's because of the change of the weather in Meng Mountains." Ji-man didn't hide anything from Ziming and explained, "All the elders are helpless about the change of the weather. I'm afraid it's hard for them to come up with a solution. As for when Elder Wu will be back, it's hard to say." "I see. If Elder Wu was here, Ziming would definitely tell him about the millet seed, but facing Ji-man, Ziming couldn't help but keep her guard up. Moreover, she also knew that Ziyan would never be able to come back. This soul-loss lamp lighting ceremony couldn't be started in Ji-man's hands, so she could only wait for Elder Wu to come back. "Boy, are you going to bring Xiao Mao to the ancestral shrine now?" Ziming asked tentatively. "After Xiao Mao uses the Netherlink mirror, Boy will bring the troops to Xiaowen Mountain. Xiao Mao is the descendant of great god Shibai. It's not appropriate for him to meet the sacred beast of Huda's stronghold." Ji-man waved her hand and said, "If he offends the sacred beast, we can't bear the responsibility. As for Xiaowen Mountain, it's up to you. It's good that you can help little Six." "Yes, Boy understands. Boy, take out the Netherlink mirror." Ziming nodded. Ji-man hesitated for a moment, then said, "Since your soul-setting lamp has been fixed, Ziye's matter, should be made public. There have been a lot of rumors over the years. Yes, boy understands. Ziming replied. Also. G-Man continued, this is your last chance to light up the soul-setting lamp. If you can't light it up, the chance will be given to Ziyen. Otherwise, it will be too unfair to him. Yes, boy understands. Ziming's expression didn't change. If there's nothing else, boy will take his leave. You can all go now. G-Man nodded, however, this old woman has to remind you. Regarding Shibai's stronghold, don't get too involved. Otherwise, it won't be good for you or our Huda stronghold. Yes, boy will be careful. Go, bathe for 3 days before entering the ancestral shrine. Don't offend the sacred beast. G-Man waved her hand and reminded them. After Ziming and the others bowed and left, G-Man frowned as she looked at their backs. She clapped her hands and called, men. Yes, G-Man. A servant girl hurried into Huai Xian Pavilion. Send the palace guards out to take a look. Young Master Ziyen has been in Xiuan Mountain for so long, why hasn't he sent back any message? Ziming is back, why hasn't he come back? If he doesn't come back soon, there will be no place for him in Huda's stronghold. Yes, this servant understands. The servant girl was obviously G-Man's confidant. As she answered, she whispered, young Master Ziyen has always been ambitious. If he can find the beast that is affecting our Meng Mountains, it will be a great contribution to our Meng Mountains. Even if he doesn't have the chance to light up the soul-setting lamp, he will definitely be able to ascend to the position of Grand Shaman. Humph. This old woman's position of G-Man is still coveted by others. As for the position of Grand Shaman, based on the current situation, I'm afraid little Six will have to wait for many more years. G-Man snorted coldly and said with some dissatisfaction, you don't have the right to say such things. Hurry up and send the message. The servant girl didn't dare to say anything more. After she agreed, she lowered her head and left quickly. Sigh, Ziyen, oh Ziyen, G-Man looked at the servant girl's back and sighed, it's all because of your bad luck. Even though this old woman helped you so much, that girl still managed to repair the soul-setting lamp. This time, if you can really kill the beast, this old woman might. G-Man's voice became softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside Huai Xian Pavilion. A soft voice respectfully sounded from outside, G-Man of Jing Apple Stronghold has come to visit. She said that she has something important to ask of G-Man. Oh. G-Man stopped sighing and thought for a while before saying, let her in. This old woman hasn't seen her for many years. I wonder what strange thing she has done this time. Yes, this servant understands. The voice outside answered, and then hurried away. Xiao Mao and the others came out of Huai Xian Pavilion in silence. After they came out of the corridor, Ziming looked at Xiao Mao's face and comforted him, young Master Xiao, G-Man doesn't know, but there is still Grand Shaman. When Grand Shaman returns, you can ask him more. Your bloodline is so pure, I believe Grand Shaman will also support you. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xiao Mao shook his head slightly, bloodline is indeed important. But power and connections are equally important. G-Man is right. I'm all alone now. There's no way I can shake Grand Shaman and G-Man's position. Not to mention Xiao Mao's position is not legitimate. Nothing can be more ambitious than this. Xiao Hua, who was standing at the side, saw everything clearly. He sneered and said, don't forget what you wanted to do when you first came to Meng Mountain. Why is it that as time passes, your thoughts have increased? Don't you think your goal is too big? When Xiao Mao heard this, his heart trembled. When he first came to Mount Million Meng, he was there to accompany Li Zongbao. Initially, he didn't have any other thoughts, and just took it as an ordinary trip. But when he realized he had something to do with Mount Million Meng, he began to think about how to find out the truth behind his parents' death, so he could avenge them. Then, when he gained the approval of Patriarch Wu and Ji-man, he began to think about how to gain the approval of more people in Shibai Stockade. And now, he was actually thinking about how to push Patriarch Wu and Ji-man down, and become the Patriarch of Wu himself. Thinking about it carefully, it really felt like a man who was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Big brother is right. Xiao Mao nodded, I'm thinking too much. My goal this time is to find out my origins and see if I can avenge my parents. The possibility of revenge is not high. Xiao Hua shook his head, your enemy is a nascent soul cultivator. Now, Hanba might be able to help you, but you can't bring Hanba to the cultivation world, right? I understand. Xiao Mao nodded slightly, as long as I have the bloodline power of great god Shibai, I can avenge them sooner or later. Young Master Xiao, I've asked someone to arrange a quiet room for me. I'll take a bath and cleanse my body in the next few days. After entering the ancestral hall and meeting the sacred beast, I'll invite the netherbound mirror out and meet you. Zi Ming was also a little distracted, as if he was thinking about how to deal with Ji-man. He accompanied Xiao Mao and the others to a side hall and cupped his hands as he spoke. It's okay, Xiao Mao looked at the maidservant standing on the left and smiled. I'm already very grateful to be able to borrow the netherbound mirror of Huda's stronghold. Chapter 2886. Immediately, Zi Ming looked at Xiao Hua, nodded slightly, turned around and left. Xiao Hua and the others, under the guidance of the maid, found a quiet room in the palace. After the maid left, Xiao Hua looked at the huge quiet room and couldn't help but smile. Damn, I'm afraid this is the biggest quiet room I've ever seen in my life. Yes, this quiet room was actually 100 feet in size. The four walls were engraved with strange characters. Some were similar to the inscriptions on armor, some were similar to the green seal text, and some were even similar to the golden seal text. It looked neither fish nor fowl. Moreover, among these characters, there were still many fist-sized patterns, and there were many stories and situations inside. Xiao Hua leaned in front of a stone wall with interest. Just as he was about to take a closer look at the pattern, his heart suddenly moved. He looked around and hesitated for a moment. Without setting up any array, he sat down cross-legged and his mind entered the space. Everything in the space was normal. Since Goldie swallowed Qing Xian's avatar, it had been sleeping. Obviously, this avatar was more nutritious than the previous golden core. Jiang Luer was also sitting at the edge of the space, showing no signs of waking up. Compared to Jiang Luer's silence, Xiao Hua's human form primordial spirit was extremely noisy. This primordial spirit was in a barren place. Its hands were waving tirelessly, and a series of seals were cast at an extremely fast speed. These seals didn't have any ripples of magic power at all. Alas, this is not the way. Xiao Hua looked at this primordial spirit, and his heart was quite distressed. Do I really have to let this primordial spirit cultivate? Besides, this primordial spirit has no meridians in its body, how can it cultivate? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's mind lit up again. Yes, don't I have meridians all over my body? Can I build meridians all over the body in this primordial spirit? This thought just flashed through his mind. What a big movement that was. Xiao Hua didn't have any ability to do this at all. Besides, even if there are meridians, the spiritual energy in this space. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly laughed. Damn it, why am I so stupid? The spiritual energy in this space is released by reverse light. It's light, not the real spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Or maybe it's different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Dawn Rain continent. What's the use of the Dawn Rain continent's incantations? Firstly, I can't activate the magic power in my body. Secondly, I can't mobilize the spiritual energy in the air. Naturally, I can't create a fireball. But, how do I mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this space? Xiao Hua unconsciously sank into deep thought. The primordial spirit in the space also sat down cross-legged, just like Xiao Hua in the quiet room in the main hall. After an unknown period of time, the hand of the primordial spirit suddenly moved. It seemed to be a move. Then, the primordial spirit jumped up from the ground. Its hands and feet moved as well. The Big Dipper magical fist was actually in the hands of the primordial spirit. Waves of heaven and earth spirit chi danced along with the Big Dipper god fist, surging within the primordial spirit's hands. Then, it penetrated into the primordial spirit's hands, and a trace of brilliance began to surge. The primordial spirit didn't know how many times it had performed the Big Dipper magical fist. The brilliance between its hands became more and more brilliant. Then, the primordial spirit stopped. Its hands inexplicably danced, and the brilliance immediately dimmed. When the brilliance disappeared, the primordial spirit once again danced with the Big Dipper magical fist, and the brilliance surged again. This cycle repeated several times. In the end, even if the primordial spirit didn't dance with the Big Dipper magical fist, the brilliance didn't fade or dim. Then, the primordial spirit sat down cross-legged again, and the fireball incantation in its hands was shot out again. However, this incantation was very slow. It seemed that the primordial spirit could control the brilliance, and it could change the incantation according to the intensity of the brilliance. Seeing that a trace of fire was about to be born from the brilliance, there was a movement outside the quiet room. Xiaohua's mind sensed the movement in the space. He sighed and came out of the space. He knew that the 3-day period was already up. When will this young master be able to cultivate in peace? This didn't seem to be the first time Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Thinking about it carefully, it was just as Xiaohua said. He really hadn't had a good closed-door cultivation several times. Thinking about other people, in order to improve their cultivation, they would go into closed-door cultivation for more than 10 years, dozens of years, or even hundreds of years. Xiaohua, on the other hand, had only gone into closed-door cultivation for 3 years at most. It was really a pity that he couldn't digest and absorb so many cultivation methods, spells, and comprehensions. After the war, this young master must go into closed-door cultivation, and then. Just as he got up, Xiaohua thought of this and smiled bitterly. After the war, I'm afraid I have to wake up Jiang Luer first, right? Opening the door of the hall, he saw Zi Ming standing outside. However, there was no smile on Zi Ming's face. Instead, there was a kind of anger. Oh. What's wrong? Zi Yi. Xiaohua felt a little strange. He looked around and asked, where are Xiao Mao and the others? Aren't you going to use the netherworld mirror today? This young master has disappointed fellow Xiao. Zi Ming bit his lips and said in a low voice, today, I still can't use the netherworld mirror. Oh. What's the matter? Xiaohua was not surprised. Could it be that the netherworld mirror can't be used? That's not it. Zi Ming shook his head. The netherworld mirror hasn't been used for a long time. It can be used 3 times. However, just now, after this young master took a bath and changed clothes, I was about to go to the ancestral hall to ask for the netherworld mirror. G-Man sent someone to inform this young master, saying that G-Man of the Jing Apple Village also came to ask for the netherworld mirror the day before yesterday. Moreover, she said that she wanted to use it twice. And because G-Man had promised this young master, but this young master told her about Xiao Mao, she thought that we could only use it once. Therefore, she had already promised G-Man of the Jing Apple Village to let them use the remaining 2 times. Oh, Xiaohua said with some regret, this is troublesome. Senior Brother Li came to Meng Mountain too. Alas, yes. Zi Ming said with some regret, it's all this young master's fault. I should have made it clear to G-Man that day. But I didn't expect that the netherworld mirror that no one has used for so many years would suddenly become a popular item. As the saying goes, there's no story without coincidences. Xiaohua comforted him. Zai, why don't you make it clear to G-Man and let the Jing Apple Village wait for the next time? Alas, this young master will naturally do as fellow Daoist Xiao said. Zi Ming sighed. This young master just came from the Huai Xian Pavilion. G-Man of the Jing Apple Village is also there. G-Man has already promised them, so it's not good to change her mind. What should we do? Xiao Hua frowned. Although one of the purposes of Li Zongbao coming to Meng Mountain was to see Kai Zhuoxia's situation in the netherworld, compared to Xiao Mao, this matter was slightly inferior. Xiao Mao definitely had to use the netherworld mirror. However, if Li Zongbao didn't use the netherworld mirror, the knot in his heart would never be untied. It would be of no benefit to his future cultivation. Moreover, his Dao heart was damaged, and he needed to use this to make up for it. Therefore, Li Zongbao also had to use the netherworld mirror. Can't the Jing Apple Village use it once? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. It would be best if the Jing Apple Village could use it once. Unfortunately, the Jing Apple Village's G-Man has a good relationship with G-Man, so she didn't say anything. Ziming said hatefully. Therefore, this young master got angry and simply didn't say anything. Furthermore, he wanted to use it 3 times in a row. At this time, it's not good to fall out with G-Man. Xiao Hua looked around and whispered. Hee. Ziming smiled and said, G-Man was also in a difficult position. Later on, she thought of a way to let the Jing Apple Village's spirit warrior compete with us. Whoever wins will use it twice first and give the remaining time to the other party. A competition. Xiao Hua was stunned. Among the few of us, only Xiao Mao has the power of the bloodline of a great god. However, he's just an amateur and can't be taken seriously. How can he be compared to a spirit warrior? Could it be Zai wants me to fight? Xiao Hua seemed to understand the reason why Ziming looked for him alone. Hee. Fellow Daoist Xiao, with this young master here, how can we be at a disadvantage? Ziming smiled and said, the Jing Apple Village's spirit warrior is an expert who has cultivated to the Meridian Heaven realm. Even this young master and the others are no match for him. How can Xiao Mao defeat him? Although fellow Daoist Xiao isn't afraid of those spirit warriors, how can this young master let fellow Daoist Xiao fight in Back Earth Village? Then, Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao, other than a competition, there are many other ways to determine the winner. Ziming said with a smile. Oh, Zai, tell me about it. Xiao Hua was interested. Actually, it's nothing much. Ziming explained, in the past few decades, the weather in Meng Mountain has changed greatly. The soul wood that I use for soul cultivation has become less and less. Even if I use the village's secret technique to cultivate it, it's still hard for it to grow. In another 10 days, the netherworld I will open. G-Man said that whoever can get the soul wood from the netherworld I first will be the winner. Soul wood? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. It's the spirit tea that this young master gave fellow Daoist Xiao last time. It's so fragrant. Ziming pursed his lips and said, that thing in Meng Mountain has a name called Daybreak Moon. It's used for cultivation. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart was greatly relieved. He said with a smile, Zai, you're really extravagant. You actually used soul wood to make tea. How can poor people like us endure this? Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao, although Daybreak Moon can be used for cultivation, the Daybreak Moon can still be drunk as spirit tea. Ziming said with a smile, you don't think that this young master will drink it directly with Daybreak Moon, do you? Hee, Xiao Hua laughed mischievously. He really did think so. However, what Ziming said was normal. After the Daybreak Moon was extracted with the soul thread, it still looked like a spirit tea. Xiao Hua casually threw it away, but he didn't expect that the spirit tea that Ziming drank was this. Seeing Xiao Hua's silly smile, Ziming curled his lips in annoyance. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out some Daybreak Moon. He said with a smile, what a coincidence. Last time, Zai gave me some Daybreak Moon. Later, I came across some at the secret auction in Sky Patrol City, so I exchanged some spirit stones for it. I thought that after the war, I would return to Shi country to find Zai to enjoy it together. I didn't expect that it would come in handy today. With these Daybreak Moon, victory is in our hands. Chapter 2887. You actually have so many dawnlight moons? Seeing the dawnlight moon in Xiao Hua's hand, Ziming was shocked and regretful at the same time. If I had known earlier, I should have gone to look for the dawnlight moon. What? What does Zai mean? Xiao Hua was shocked when he saw Ziming's regretful expression. Alas. Ziming slapped his forehead and smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist Xiao, there are many types of soul wood. This dawnlight moon is only one of them. There are also netherworld orchids, netherworld bamboo, and so on. I know that the dawnlight moon in the netherworld has already been found by my Huda village. How could it be easy to find? I vaguely remembered that there was a netherworld orchid somewhere, so I rushed to find it and pushed the problem of the dawnlight moon to the Jingapple village. If I had known that fellow Taoist Xiao had the dawnlight moon, I would have rushed to find it. Netherworld orchid? When Xiao Hua heard this, he immediately thought of the netherworld lotus he saw in the netherworld land. That thing disappeared when it was stored in his space. Even if he wanted to take it out now, he couldn't. Fine. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This is fate playing tricks on people. Since Zai knows where the netherworld orchid is, we can just go and get it. Yes, that's right. Ziming put away his regret and smiled. I also had the same idea. Although I can't tell the direction in the netherworld, I have been there before. Moreover, I have a way to find that place. Although I don't have full confidence in winning with the dawnlight moon, I have a 70% chance of finding the netherworld orchid. Okay, I will tell Xiao Mao and the others. 10 days later, we will go to the netherworld eye. Xiao Hua nodded and said without asking about the situation in the netherworld eye. However, Ziming pulled Xiao Hua back and said with a bitter smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, that's the netherworld eye. It's not a place that's easy to get along with. Even if I go in, it's still somewhat dangerous. How about you all don't go? How can that be done? When Xiao Hua heard that Ziming wanted him to go in, he shook his head and said, Xiao Mao and the others don't have to go, but I must accompany you. Otherwise, it's fine if we don't use the Netherlink mirror. A smile appeared on Ziming's face as he shook his head and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, I knew you would definitely go. Then the two of us will head to the Nether Eye. Young Master Xiao and the others don't have to go. With their cultivation, they might not be able to come out after going in. Alright, we'll do as you say. Xiao Hua nodded. In addition, Zi Yi and Zi Ming. Perhaps after 10 days, there will be an end to this. Zi Ming muttered to himself for a moment, sighed, and said a few words to Xiao Hua via sound transmission. This Xiao understands. I will listen to Zai's instructions. Xiao Hua heard Zi Ming's words and nodded slightly. Then I'll go back and make some preparations. I'll come look for fellow Taoist Xiao in 10 days. Seeing that Xiao Hua agreed, Zi Ming smiled and left. After Xiao Hua sent Zi Ming off, he immediately explained to Xiao Mao and the others. When Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao heard that there was a change in the situation, they were also surprised. When they heard that Xiao Hua and Zi Ming were going to the Nethereye together, they knew that this was the best plan. No one said anything and only nodded at Xiao Hua, telling him to be careful. Fairy Hongxia's reaction was similar to the two of them. However, she curled her lips and her gaze seemed to have some other meaning. Immediately after, the three of them cultivated in silence. Fairy Hongxia hurriedly comprehended the Phoenix Order. Xiao Mao familiarized himself with the power of his bloodline, and Li Zongbao similarly nurtured the immortal slaughtering whip. As for Xiao Hua, of course, his mind entered the space again. At this time, his human primordial spirit could already release a simple fireball. Of course, whether it was the fireball technique or the fireball, it was very different from Xiao Hua's own. Not to mention that the fireball technique had changed a lot, even the fireball was several times bigger than the outside. It seems that the strength of this technique has a lot to do with the density of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Xiao Hua looked at the fireball technique that was comparable to a talisman and curled his lips. In the next few days, Xiaohua let his human primordial spirit familiarize himself with how to use the fireball technique. In the last few days, since he could use the fireball technique, Xiaohua no longer let his primordial spirit try other techniques. Instead, he directly sent the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace and the samadhi true fire into the space and let his human primordial spirit try to control the alchemy technique. He also took some spiritual herbs and let him try it. Feeling that it was almost time, Xiaohua's mind was about to leave the space again. However, the moment he left, his heart suddenly moved. He looked at the karma hand in the air and made a plan in his heart. When he left the space, he immediately waved his hand and took out the other jade pendant that Jiu Xia gave him. This was also a jade pendant with a faint five-colored brilliance. It was the same as the jade pendant that recorded the sun-shrouding art. However, when Xiaohua immersed his unrestored divine sense into the jade pendant, he saw the four simple characters. Before he could carefully examine them, the four characters quickly swayed. The instant they swayed, four vortexes appeared from the four characters. A feeling of the world spinning came from Xiaohua's divine sense. His divine sense was immediately torn into four parts. Without any resistance, it was thrown towards the four vortexes. The divine sense that had never been restored was torn into four parts by these four vortexes. That pain was unbearable. This kind of unforeseen event was extremely fast. Xiaohua only had time to think of resisting. At this critical moment, Jiu Xia's beautiful face appeared in front of Xiaohua's divine sense. The powerful suction force immediately disappeared. However, when the suction force disappeared, the four characters also disappeared behind Jiu Xia's smiling face. "Darling Xiao," Jiu Xia said with a smile, "you're being naughty again. Didn't this concubine say it before? This divination technique isn't something that can be easily seen. Divination has always been the most exhausting. Right now, your primordial spirit and divine sense haven't been strengthened, so you haven't reached the basic conditions to comprehend this divination technique. If you forcefully comprehend it, you'll definitely be exhausted and eventually turn into ashes." Fortunately, this concubine knew that you were very curious and would definitely secretly come to take a look. That's why this concubine stayed here to watch over you. It won't be too late for you to come here after you've mastered the sun-shrouding art. When you can comprehend this controlling the heavens and earth, this concubine will be able to come and see you again. Following Jiu Xia's smiling face, Xiaohua's divine sense was forcefully sent out of the jade pendant by Jiu Xia. Xiaohua's divine sense withdrew from the jade pendant. His back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He felt that his divine sense was already very powerful, comparable to that of a nascent soul. However, in front of the divine sense that Jiu Xia left in the jade pendant, in front of the words of the divination technique recorded in the jade pendant, it really couldn't withstand a single blow. Jiu Xia, what is her cultivation level? Xiaohua was really glad. This mysterious Jiu Xia was now a friend and not an enemy. Just based on this divine sense, Xiaohua knew that he was definitely not her opponent. Controlling the heavens and earth? Thinking about the secret technique recorded in the jade pendant that Jiu Xia mentioned, Xiaohua muttered to himself, "Just by looking at this tyrannical name, I can tell how powerful this divination technique is. Although my karma hand has always been improving, there hasn't been any clear results. If it's combined with this controlling the heavens and earth, there will definitely be some unexpected results. But this secret technique is so mysterious and the requirement for divine sense is also so high. It seems that without 100 years of bitter cultivation, it's impossible to even see it. Perhaps." Xiaohua was unwilling in his heart. He was holding the medicinal pill in his hand but couldn't eat it. It was really uncomfortable. Xiaohua blinked his eyes and thought about the karma hand he saw just now. Throwing it to that primordial spirit, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Even if there is a problem, isn't there still Jiu Xia's divine sense blocking it? Thinking about this, Xiaohua put the jade pendant into the space and his mind also entered it. He was a little nervous and a little expectant as he sent the jade pendant into the karma hand. At the same time, the primordial spirit that was swimming in the karma hand also jumped into the jade pendant. Oh? It really works. In Xiao Hua's mind, bit by bit, information came from the primordial spirit. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Unfortunately, although Xiao Hua's primordial spirit could comprehend the divination technique of controlling the heavens and earth, and according to the records in the jade pendant, this divination technique was different from the sun shrouding art. The records were very detailed and there wasn't anything missing. However, the controlling the heavens and earth secret technique was extremely obscure and difficult to comprehend. The difficulty level far exceeded all the techniques Xiao Hua had seen before. If I can comprehend it simply, how can I control the heavens and earth and predict the future? Xiao Hua smiled. Since I can comprehend it, then it's good. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua came out from the space with a smile on his face and walked toward the door of the hall. This was because there was already some noise coming from outside the palace. Xiao Hua opened the door and saw Ziyi, who was escorted by dozens of serving girls, walking towards him with a smile on her face. When she saw Xiao Hua, she cupped her fist and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I've heard from Ziming that you've traveled thousands of miles to Meng Mountains to visit me. I'm really flattered." Looking at Ziming, who had changed into men's clothing and looked exactly the same as when he was in Sky Patrol City, Xiao Hua cupped his fists and smiled. When we parted at Sky Patrol City, this Xiao Hua missed Ziyi very much. Who would have thought that I would meet Ziming again in Meng Mountains? Only then did I know that Ziyi was actually a soul warrior from Huda's stronghold. Ziyi, you really hid it from this Xiao Hua. This little one also has some difficulties that I can't say. I've really wronged fellow Taoist Xiao. Ziyi stepped forward and took Xiao Hua's hand. He smiled and said, "Moreover, this little one has been serving the sacred beast in the ancestral hall these days and didn't have time to come and visit fellow Taoist. I hope fellow Taoist can forgive me." Previously, Xiao Hua didn't know that Ziyi was Ziming, so he didn't feel anything when he held Ziyi's hand. Now that he knew Ziyi was Ziming, this soft little hand felt strange. "Let's go, fellow Taoist Xiao." Ziyi didn't care. He grabbed Xiao Hua's hand and turned around to walk out of the hall. As he walked, he said with a smile, "This little one heard that Sister Ziming wanted to enter the netherworld I with you. This little one can't delay any longer. This little one has entered the netherworld I before, but Sister didn't. How can this little one let fellow Taoist and Sister take the risk?" Chapter 2888. Then I'll have to trouble you, Ziyi. Xiao Hua snickered in his heart as he accompanied Ziyi out of the hall. Fairy Hongxia and the others also came out of the seclusion room. Fairy Hongxia and the others naturally received Xiao Hua's message and pretended to greet Ziyi. However, when she saw Ziyi holding Xiao Hua's hand, Fairy Hongxia's gaze fell on their hands and she unhappily curled her lips. Under Ziyi's lead and the escort of a group of servant girls, the group passed through dozens of palaces and dozens of plazas before finally arriving in front of a palace. This palace was built on the side of a mountain and its style was different from the ones they saw before. The palace's color was mainly black with occasional blood-red embellishments. Within the black, there were uneven lines that looked like bones and skeletons that covered the entire palace's outer walls. As for the palace's entrance, there were many beast heads. These beast heads were big and small and each of them looked extremely ferocious. Even their facial features were different. Xiao Hua looked on with admiration in his heart. He really couldn't imagine where the craftsmen who built this palace got so many strange beast heads. At this time, there were many spirit warriors lined up on both sides of the palace. These spirit warriors were uniform in size and wore black armor. This armor was somewhat similar to the sword armor of a sword cultivator, but there were also some beast heads on it and some strange bone patterns on it. It looked very mysterious. The spirit warriors lined up from the entrance of the palace for dozens of zhang until they reached the stairs and the large plazas. There were many palaces and plazas in the back earth stronghold. It seemed that there was a plazas in front of each palace. And the size of the plazas was related to the importance of the palace. Looking at the larger plazas, Xiaohua knew that this was a very important palace in the back earth stronghold. Looking at the plazas again, there were black banners all around. There were also some green patterns on the banners. The banners at the four corners of the plazas depicted 4 different types of soul beasts. Some had wings on their backs, some stood on clouds. The banners in the middle of these banners had some bone patterns and beast heads. Every banner swayed with the wind, and as they swayed, faint traces of black clouds appeared. On the contrary, the 4 huge banners at the 4 corners of the square were only slightly unfurled and did not flutter. It looked very strange. Under each banner stood a tall and sturdy spirit warrior. These spirit warriors were different from the spirit warriors who stood at the entrance of the hall. Not only were they tall and sturdy, but their muscles were also sturdy. Each and every one of them stood proudly and looked straight ahead. There were a few people standing in the plaza beneath the banner. These people were dressed differently, and all of them were rather old. In front of these people, near the stairs, there was a square stone table about 3 meters in size. The stone table was the color of bamboo and faintly glowed with light. Lying on top of it was a soul beast that was about 3 meters in size. This soul beast was even weirder. Its slender body was like a giant thumb, and there was a 1-foot-long beast head on its body. This beast head looked like a dog's head, but its eyes were slender and its nose was huge. Its mouth was slightly open, and a faint red tongue was sticking out. Wisps of white gas were coming out of the beast's mouth. The soul beast had 4 legs. The front 2 were slightly longer and were resting on the stone table. The back 2 were slightly shorter and were separated by the edge of the stone table. A pitch-black tail was swinging from time to time. Oh! Seeing the tail of the soul beast, Xiaohua's gaze followed the tail to the back of the soul beast. This pitch-black color led all the way to the back of the soul beast's head, as if there was a black sword on its back. The abdomen of the soul beast was pure white, without a single strand of mixed hair. Seeing Xiaohua's attention on the soul beast, Ziming whispered, "This soul beast is called Mingyu. It is a rare creature in Meng Mountains because it has a special soul. It seems to have been used as a sacrifice for the netherworld eye." Hearing this, Xiaohua's gaze swept across Mingyu's slightly squinted eyes. Those eyes were looking at the banners around the square. Some of them were scattered, and some of them were leisurely. It was as if he didn't know that he was at the end of his life. Sigh, a vague feeling arose in Xiaohua's heart. He seemed to be able to feel the confusion and playfulness in Mingyu's heart. The ignorant are fearless. Perhaps this is the case. Even at the end of one's life, being completely ignorant and not asking, perhaps this is a kind of happiness? As Ziming pulled Xiaohua's hand and entered the square, many people's gazes were attracted. These people's gazes swept past Ziming and then landed on Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua wasn't wearing a Taoist robe, his different appearance and different temperament made it very easy for people to be surprised. Xiaohua had already tempered his soul consciousness, and he had already felt a few soul consciousnesses sweeping across his body. These soul consciousnesses were slightly different from Buddhist consciousness and divine will. It was easy to distinguish whether they were hostile or friendly. Xiaohua had already noticed that a few of them were hostile towards him. What is Ziyi doing? Xiaohua was a little confused. Isn't this guy prepared to disappear? Why would he want me to appear here with him? While he was thinking, 4 people walked out from the crowd. These 4 people had a respectful look on their faces. They smiled from afar and said, "Young Master Ziyi, this old one hasn't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect to disturb you from serving the sacred beast because of the trivial matters of my Jing Apple village. Damn it." When they got close, they actually had to bow down and pay their respects. Ziming had a smile on his face as he hurriedly helped them up. Looking at the dark-skinned but spirited old man, Ziming said, "Elder Ji Lan, Zai is just a junior. He definitely isn't worthy of such great courtesy from you. Moreover, when Ziyi was young, Ziyi received guidance from you. Even now, Ziyi doesn't dare to forget it. Young master has a good memory." Elder Ji Lan's face lit up with excitement. His withered hands trembled in front of his chest. This old one has only told young master about soul consciousness a few times. Young master still remembers it. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. Ziyi doesn't dare to forget the teachings of my ancestors. Ming had a humble smile on his face. He looked up at the other three old men and said, Elder Ming, Elder Sunyu, and Elder Jing Fan have also come. Greetings, young Master Ziyi. The other three old men didn't dare to neglect and shouted. This old one and the others didn't expect such a trivial matter in the village to disturb young master. Really? If the sacred beast blames the Jing Apple village for this old one and the others won't be able to atone for our sins. It doesn't matter. Ming said with a smile, I heard from elder sister that everything is just gathering. Immediately after, Ming pointed at Xiao Hua beside him and said, for elders, this is the Dao Sex cultivator, Xiao Hua, whom Ziyi met in Sky Patrol City back then. He and I hit it off at first sight and almost became sworn brothers. However, he was in a hurry that day and was stopped by Fu Lu. Without waiting for Ming to finish, Elder Lin Ming said with a smile, young Master Ziyi was born intelligent and has always had the style of the ancient people. In your eyes, there is no difference between the secular world. If young Master Ziyi is in charge of the Huda village, it will definitely be the fortune of our Meng Mountain. Ming smiled and shook his head firmly. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, after Ziyi and fellow Daoist Xiao parted ways, I thought that it would be decades before we could meet again. However, I didn't expect that he would come to our Meng Mountain because of junior brother's matter and even meet Ming. This kind of fate, if it wasn't arranged by the Huda god, Ziyi wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Come. Fellow Daoist Xiao, greet these 4 sect elders. They are the sect elders of Jing Apple Stronghold, and they are also the pillars of Meng Mountains. As they have some important matters to attend to in the stronghold, they have no choice but to meet fellow Daoist Zhao's junior martial brothers. There is no grudge between us. Xiao Hua suddenly understood and hurriedly bowed with a smile on his face. I, Xiao Hua, greet the 4 elders. We all want to ask for help from the Huda village. This is fate. Since fellow Daoist Xiao is Ziye's best friend and junior brother Bai is Ming's acquaintance, what else can our Jing Apple village say? Miss Ming has already given us a chance. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please don't take these trivial matters to heart. After all, we really don't have any grudges. How could Elder Ji Lan not know what Ziyi was thinking? He hurriedly returned the greeting and said with a smile. Since she had already explained everything, Ming smiled again and said, fellow Daoist Zhao's junior brother has to use the nether passage mirror because of his own background. But what is so important about the Jing Apple village? This. Elder Ji Lan was a little hesitant. His face showed that he was in a difficult position. He smiled and said, Ji-man didn't mention this to me. I also don't know the 2 juniors she brought with her. However, it seems like Ji-man values them very much. Otherwise, the 4 of us wouldn't have accompanied Ji-man. We are just afraid that these 2 juniors will be hurt. Oh, so it's like that. Ming nodded. She had asked Ji-man about it before, but Ji-man only smiled and shook his head. He did not say anything. Clearly, he had already promised Ji-man of the Jing Apple Stronghold. At this moment, Elder Ji Lan also said that he did not know. Naturally, it was very secretive and also very important. Otherwise, Ji-man of the Jing Apple Stronghold would not risk offending Ming and Ziyi by insisting on a chance to use the nether passage mirror. In the 4 corners of the plaza, under the pitch-black banners, 4 soul warriors raised their hands at the same time. A horn-like soul armament appeared in their hands and brought it to their mouths. Woo-woo-woo, a series of loud noises could be heard from the 4 corners of the plaza. In an instant, everyone shut their mouths and turned their eyes to the other side of the plaza. It was where the stairs were. Several strange canopy-like umbrellas appeared in midair. Then, Ji-man from Huda village, who was dressed like a palace, and an old woman who was about the same age as her, appeared under the canopy at the same time. G-Man from Huda village had a graceful face, and an unconcealable aura was emitted from her high hair bun. G-Man from Jing Apple village had an obvious look of fear on her face. Although G-Man from Huda village held her hand, she still moved back by half a body's length, and even her waist was slightly arched. Chapter 2889. Greetings, G-Man. When the bugle horn sounded, everyone shouted in unison. Most of the soul warriors prostrated themselves on the ground in reverence. Xiao Hua was a little stunned, but Xiao Mao, who was standing next to him, bowed elegantly. Although he had a respectful expression, he didn't seem to be panicking. Xiao Hua, Fairy Hong Xia, and the rest looked at each other and followed Xiao Mao's example, bowing respectfully. Zi Ming naturally bowed. She originally wanted to pull Xiao Hua back, but when she saw Xiao Hua bow and smile, she didn't say anything else. It was as though Xiao Mao's etiquette conformed to the rules of Back Earth Stronghold. Everyone, please rise. G-Man walked to the stairs, lowered his head and looked down. He waved his hand and said in a soft voice, his tone filled with dignity. Thank you, G-Man. After everyone responded, they slowly stood up. Everyone, Meng Mountains is now facing a crisis that has never happened in the past 1,000,000 years. The weather is dry, and not a single grain is growing. The trillions of people in Meng Mountains are facing a life and death crisis. At this critical moment, the people of Meng Mountains, the descendants of the 12 great gods, must work together to overcome this crisis. Our unity is much more important than before. Unity is the foundation of an impregnable fortress. G-Man continued, no matter it is my Huda stronghold, Shibai stronghold, Jing Apple stronghold, King Ji stronghold, or even the tens of thousands of Magus strongholds scattered all over Meng Mountains, we have to work together and get rid of all grudges and grudges. Only when we kneel down at the feet of the 12 great gods with a devout heart, and beg for the mercy of the 12 great gods, will we have a way to survive. We may be in charge of the shaman stronghold, or the power of souls, or even the bloodline of the 12 great gods, but we are just insignificant beings in this world, and cannot compare to the power of the 12 great gods. I believe that the 12 great gods will not forget us, and will not abandon their pitiful people. Besides, I also believe that the 12 great gods have heard our prayers, and have delivered the miracle that can solve the crisis in Meng Mountains. Today is the day that the netherworld eye of Huda village is opened. At this moment, in this place, when we are about to confess to you, God Hudu, we should thank you and implore you to open the netherworld eye, open the eye of miracles, and open our faith. Let us see the traces of the great God Hudu, let us see the Meng Mountains from the ancient age to the primordial age, and then from the primordial age to the present day. It is the great God's residence, and it is because of the great God's mercy that millions of my people can live in peace. As he spoke, G-Man also knelt on the ground and shouted loudly, begging the Huda great God to open her eyes. Seeing G-Man kneeling down, everyone panicked and hurriedly knelt down. Xiao Hua was a little surprised, and when he looked at Xiao Mao again, he saw that Xiao Mao's eyes were also filled with sincerity. Obviously, the 12 great gods that G-Man mentioned were the source of Xiao Mao's bloodline. Xiao Mao was no exception, and he also knelt down respectfully. Damn it! Xiao Hua was in a difficult position. He was a cultivator of the Taoist sect, and had nothing to do with the 12 great gods of soul cultivation. Even if the great gods wanted to protect them, they would protect the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains, and would not extend their hands to the Taoist sect. Why should he kneel down for no reason? But right at this moment, roar. A loud roar came from the front of the square. Xiao Hua looked up and saw that it was Mingyu, who was lying on the stone table. At this moment, Mingyu's body was twisting rapidly, and a roar came from his mouth. However, although there were no ripples of energy, and no soul sense, Mingyu's body could not break free from the stone table no matter how hard he struggled. On Mingyu's snow-white abdomen, strange runes appeared. These runes appeared slowly, stroke by stroke, as if someone dipped a brush in Mingyu's blood and drew them on his abdomen. See green seal script. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he saw green seal script being written stroke by stroke. And these green seal runes were blood red. Is this the work of G-Man from the Huda village? Xiaohua's eyes were filled with shock, and he immediately looked at G-Man, who was kneeling on the ground. But G-Man was very respectful, and did not move an inch. Of course, Xiaohua had cultivated in soul techniques as well, and he knew that soul techniques didn't require the Tao sect to form seals and control the spirit energy of the heavens and the earth. However, even though he didn't dare release his soul sense, he didn't sense the existence of any soul energy at all. At this moment, the first green seal rune was completed. Woo! A strange wind blew, and the green seal rune flew out from Mingyu's body. Under the green seal rune, there was another wave of blood light. Long, 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 long. Although it was not the sound of thunder, it was louder than thunder. The green seal rune formed by the blood light suddenly turned into blood-red threads and scattered in the air. Everyone, including Xiaohua, felt their souls shake. This is the sound of the green seal rune. Xiaohua suddenly realized. He looked at Mingyu again, and saw that his entire body was trembling violently, as if a large hand was violently strangling his huge body. Woo woo woo! After the thunderous roar, a huge gust of wind blew out from the green seal text. The wisps of blood also fused with the wind, and a gust of wind filled with a faint green light shot into the sky. Before the pillar of wind could disappear, pitch-black clouds gathered from all directions of the Huda stockade, and covered the entire sky. The art of clouds and rain. Xiaohua's mind raced. But before he could look at the dark clouds, the second green seal rune appeared on Mingyu's snow-white abdomen, and a large amount of blood shot into the sky. Woo woo woo! This time, the sound was very muffled, as if it came from the mouth and nose of a giant. After this sound, countless hurricanes rushed into the sky, and whistled in all directions. Looking at the changes in the sky, Xiaohua slightly narrowed his eyes, as if he was thinking of something. If there was a third green seal character, perhaps there should be lightning and thunder, perhaps there should be rain falling, right? Unfortunately, in just a moment, the third green seal rune shot into the sky, and a dazzling green light flashed, and a huge light ball covered the entire stone table. The poor Mingyu had no strength to struggle. Now, in the light ball, he only moved a little, and a shadow visible to the naked eye flew out from his body. Crack crack crack, a small green lightning bolt came out from the light ball, and hit the panicked soul of Mingyu. Then, a small crack appeared in the middle of the light ball. Gee, after a small chirp, a black shadow flashed out from the crack. The black shadow was like a big mouth, rushing towards Mingyu's soul, and swallowing it in an instant. Then, the black shadow suddenly expanded, and a strange human figure with a human body and a snake tail was revealed. And this human figure had 7 arms on its back. Hiss! Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was truly a bit unimaginable. Greetings, Huda Great God. A loud voice came from all around the square. It was the worship of all the people of Meng Mountain. What should we do? Xiaohua didn't know what to do. However, before he could think of anything else, an extremely cold and emotionless fluctuation swept through the entire plaza. An extremely powerful deterrent spread out from the black shadow to the entire plaza. Xiaohua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hongxia were bowing slightly, but now, they couldn't resist at all. Plop. 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 Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia fell to the ground, their faces pale. Obviously, they couldn't resist this indescribable deterrence. As for Xiaohua, he also felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on his shoulder, and that unparalleled force pushed him to the ground. But, the moment he knelt on the ground, in the Buddha fire of the Buddha Sarira, the faint, almost inaudible golden thread slowly emitted a gentle wave. Although the wave was small, it was like the grass under the cliff, tenacious and persistent. A faint force of support came from Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua gritted his teeth, and used all his strength to push one knee to the ground, and the other leg trembled, but didn't fall. Xiaohua raised his head slightly, staring at the black shadow, and persisted. Woo woo woo, the shadow of hooded great god in the black shadow suddenly moved, but it didn't rush toward Xiaohua. That unparalleled deterrence, and the wave retreated from the square like a tide, rushing toward the door behind the stone table. Boom. The beast heads above the door opened up, and under the impact of the wave, a 10 feet wide whirlpool was formed. After the black shadow and the green ball of light rushed into the whirlpool, they immediately disappeared, and the whirlpool also slowly disappeared. Then, a ray of sunlight fell from the sky, and the dark clouds gradually dissipated. The raging wind in the sky also disappeared. Farewell, hooded great god. Another respectful voice sounded. After half a cup of tea's time, G-Man of Huda's stronghold stood up from the ground. After she stood up, the first thing she looked at was Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua didn't have the time to pay attention to this. He frowned slightly as he looked at the still closed door. Because when everyone was kneeling on the ground, he clearly saw that right after the shadow of hooded great god appeared, the crack in the sky disappeared, and then the shadow directly rushed toward the door. Everyone, G-Man glanced at Xiaohua, then looked at Ziming, who just stood up, and an indescribable expression appeared in her eyes. Then, she turned to the square and waved her hand. The netherworld eye has been opened. Hooded great god might not come to Huda's stronghold to hear our sincere prayers, but her clone has already come. She hasn't forgotten about us. Opening the netherworld eye is the same as opening the source of the inheritance of the hooded great god. As he spoke, G-Man waved his hand, and a palm-sized bone staff appeared in his hand. A strand of light green radiance flashed, and it struck the tightly shut door. Bang! The 2 doors above the door vanished abruptly, and it revealed a pitch-black expanse behind it. Chapter 2890. Oh. It's not the usual hall. It's... Xiaohua's eyes never left the hall door. The moment the door disappeared, he could see everything behind the darkness. There was a huge passage behind the door, and a cold wind was blowing out from it. This cold wind was different from the usual night wind. When it blew onto Xiaohua's body, an indescribable chill was born from Xiaohua's heart. It was as if the cold wind could blow through his body. The netherworld wind? Xiaohua felt the familiar cold wind and frowned. There seems to be a difference. Woo woo woo, as the cold wind blew, all of the motionless banners on the square immediately began to flutter. Even the banners at the 4 corners of the square began to move. It was as if only the cold wind could make all the banners move. All the soul warriors raised the bugle horn in their hands at the same time and blew it. The sound of the bugle horn immediately echoed throughout the plaza and even spread out to the entire Huda stronghold. Roar roar roar, a burst of cheers came from the plaza, causing Xiaohua to look away from the passage. When he saw the situation in the plaza, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone in the plaza, regardless of gender, was dancing with the cold wind and the bugle horn. Their postures were exactly the same as what he saw in the Bai and stronghold. Around Xiaohua, even Ziming had a smile on his face as he jumped up and down happily. Fairy Hongxia's face was still pale. She sneaked to Xiaohua's side and whispered, "Just now, the hooded god's avatar was really powerful. This netherworld I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with. You must be careful." Xiaohua nodded. He knew that Fairy Hongxia didn't want him to go, but because of Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao, he had to go. This was why she was so eager to warn him. The plaza was filled with cheers and laughter. Only Li Zongbao, Xiaohua, and Fairy Hongxia seemed to be out of place. However, everyone's face was filled with sweet smiles. It seemed that with the protection of the hooded god, all the difficulties in front of them were just passing clouds. The celebration went on for the time it took to finish a meal, and only then did the crowd slowly come to a stop. G-Man from Huda Stockade came before the door, glanced around and said, "Most of the soul wood and soul beasts in Meng Mountains are taken from the netherworldly eyes, and according to the Magus Codex of Huda Stockade, even the millet seeds are produced from the netherworldly eyes. But for many years, we've been focusing on the soul wood and soul beasts, we've never paid attention to millet seed. Now that Meng Mountains is facing a great calamity, it is the great deity Hoodoo who is admonishing us, telling us not to forget our roots, and not to treat the words of the great deity Hoodoo as a passing wind. Therefore, when the netherworld eye opened this time, in addition to looking for ordinary soul wood, many warriors also wanted to look for millet seeds. May the great deity Hoodoo help you. Warriors of Hoodoo's stronghold, the heavy burden of saving Meng Mountains has fallen on your shoulders. Woo woo woo, the horn sounded again. The millet seed is in the netherworld eye? Xiao Hua's eyes turned and whispered to Zi Ming, also, aren't we the only ones entering the netherworld eye? Unexpectedly, Zi Ming frowned as well. He pondered for a while, then said, this. I don't know the origin of millet seed, and according to what I know, the origin of millet seed has never been recorded in the Magus Code. Today, G-Man sent soul warriors to the netherworld eye to look for the millet seed. As for whether there are others entering the netherworld eye, it doesn't matter to us. There are even benefits. Xiao Hua nodded. Alright, after the sound of the bugle horn faded, G-Man waved her hand and said, however, before the brave warriors enter the netherworld's eye, this old one has an interesting matter that I would like to explain to you. After that, G-Man from Jingapple Village told them about how he had requested to use the Netherlink mirror from Huda Village, as well as how Xiao Mao and the others had requested to use the Netherlink mirror at the same time. In the end, he said, young Mistress Ziming's old friend and young Master Zai's best friend are all here. Regardless of their identity, they are all Daoist cultivators of Meng Mountains. If it wasn't for the fact that this old woman had some difficulties, she definitely wouldn't have made things difficult for G-Man, young Lady Zi Ming, and young Master Ziyi. Thus, under G-Man's suggestion, we all sent people to the netherworld eye. If my Jingxiang village returns with the twilight moon seed first, then this old woman has the authority to use the netherworld mirror twice. If young Master Xiao and the others from the Dao sect obtain the netherworld orchid seed first, then this old woman can only use the netherworld mirror once. This old woman will say this in front of G-Man and all of you. I hope that all of you can bear witness to this. The people of Meng Mountains are definitely not people who bully distant guests. Oh, hearing this, many soul warriors finally understood the reason why Xiao Hua and the other Daoist cultivators had appeared here. Of course, some kind and vicious gazes and soul senses swept over again. Everyone. Seeing this, Ziming took a step forward and held Xiao Hua's hand. She said, Xiao Hua, young Master Xiao is Zai's best friend. Furthermore, they are all Daoist cultivators and are not aware of the dangers within the netherworld eye. If they were to enter alone, they would definitely not be able to escape unscathed. This kind of situation should not happen to the hospitable people of Meng Mountains like us. Thus, Zai is willing to accompany young Master Xiao into the netherworld eye. Of course, when choosing the twilight moon and the netherworld orchid, Zai chose the netherworld orchid, which is rarely seen in the netherworld eye. To my Huda village, the Jingapple village is also an important guest. Zai does not dare to treat them poorly. Everyone was a little surprised. However, they soon came to a realization. Some admired Zai's loyalty, and some knew the reason why G-Man from Huda village sent out so many soul warriors. Either way, it's an interesting matter. Huda village's G-Man saw that the matter was clear. He laughed and said, if my Huda village's netherworld mirror could be used 4 times, then this situation would not have happened. This is also the reason why the great god Huda wants us to enter the netherworld eye. I believe that all of the brave warriors here will return with a full load. Woo woo, all of the bugles sounded again. Roar roar, some of the soul warriors also let out sounds. Clearly, it was time to enter the netherworld eye. Young Master Xiao, let us enter first. Ziming held Xiao Hua's hand and did not let go as he said with a smile. Alright, Zai, please. Xiao Hua turned to look at Fairy Hong Xia. At this moment, Fairy Hong Xia's eyes were not on Zi Ming's hand. Instead, she was looking at Xiao Hua worriedly. When she saw Xiao Hua nodding at her, she smiled as well. However, her heart was already in her throat. If she was only slightly worried a few days ago, now that she saw how powerful the great god Hudu's soul clone was, she was very worried about Xiaohua entering the netherworld eye. It was as if she had a premonition that this trip would not be simple. Zai and Xiaohua walked up the stairs hand in hand. The two of them bowed to Ji-Man. Ji-Man looked at Xiaohua from head to toe a few times before looking at Zi-Ming. His eyes were filled with warmth. Zai, although the netherworld eye is not very dangerous, that was decades ago. Now that Meng Mountains has changed, the netherworld eye might have changed as well. You must be careful in there. Ji-Man said gently, if you can't get the netherworld orchid, don't force it. The netherworld mirror can only be used once. If the second time is not urgent, it won't be too late to use it after 10 years. Yes, the boy understands. When Zi-Ming heard this, he seemed to be a little sad. He knew that from now on, Zai would not be able to appear in front of everyone. With tears in his eyes, he bowed and said, "Thank you, Ji-Man." Then, he clenched his teeth and held back his tears. He pulled Xiaohua and quickly walked into the hall. Looking at the disappearing figures of Xiaohua and Zi-Ming, Ji-Man's eyes were indifferent. There was nothing special about it. Then, the two elders of Jing Apple Village, Ji-Lan and Lin Ming, also entered. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the spirit warriors who were waiting in the square lined up and entered the dark passage. Fairy Hong Xia and the others followed Zi-Ming to the square at dawn. It was already late in the morning. And with the passing of time, the sun slowly hung above their heads. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the sun was scorching hot. But everyone's eyes were looking at the silent hall door and the dark passage. They didn't seem to feel the scorching heat of the sun. Unfortunately, their eager gazes were not the hands of the Huda great god. They couldn't pull the people they were waiting for out of the netherworld eye. Even when the sky was no longer scorching hot and the evening mist was everywhere, no one appeared in the passage. Because of this, even Ji-Man of Huda village, who had always been indifferent, showed a hint of anxiety in his eyes. At this moment, everyone knew that this trip to the netherworld eye, something might have happened. The other spirit warriors didn't dare to say anything, but the elders were whispering to each other. After all, the netherworld eye opened at dawn and closed at midnight. Under normal circumstances, a spirit warrior should have appeared as early as noon. This. Fairy Hong Xia had an extremely bad premonition in her heart. She seemed to recall the time when she was cultivating alone in the Valley of Ice. Xiaohua had appeared with extreme surprise. According to Xiaohua, he had been blown to the Valley of Ice by the wind of the netherworld when he was cultivating in the netherworld. How far was the Valley of Ice from Mingxi? Xiaohua was actually blown to her side. What about the netherworld eye? It was probably several times more powerful than Mingxi, right? As long as my darling Xiao is alive, it's fine. No matter where he goes. Fairy Hong Xia prayed in her heart. As long as he's alive, I'll have hope. I'll definitely be able to accompany him in this world. I don't ask for anything like everlasting. I only ask for him to be in my heart, and me to be in his heart. Time flew by quickly, and the moonlight had already scattered down. Everyone was anxious and uneasy. At this moment, within the passageway, the entire palace, and the entire square, there was an abnormally loud sound. The ground shook violently, and strange changes suddenly occurred. Chapter 2891. Xiaohua followed Zi-Ming into the palace. Inside the pitch-black passage, a strange cold wind blew. This cold wind was extremely bone-piercing, and there was even a thick smell of blood. Xiaohua was extremely familiar with this smell. It was the netherworld wind that he encountered in the netherworld. Looks like, this netherworld is really big. Xiaohua very naturally began to guess what the netherworld was, and estimated what he might encounter in a while. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt a slight sweet fragrance pounce into his mouth and nose. His left arm also touched a soft and warm body. Even the soft hand that had been holding his hand suddenly became hot, and within the heat, there was a trace of moisture. That sweet fragrance was very strange. Not only was it not blown away by the wind of the netherworld, it was even denser. When Xiao Hua breathed it in, he actually felt an extremely comfortable feeling in his heart. His hand could not help but clench that hand tightly. That hand seemed to feel Xiao Hua's strength, and at the same time, increased its strength, and even intertwined its 5 fingers, clenching Xiao Hua's hand tightly. The moment the 5 fingers intertwined, Xiao Hua hesitated. Looking at the pitch-black surroundings, he sighed in his heart. It was said that the dark night could make a person brave, and it was indeed so. Although Zi Ming did not have any chance to express the feelings in his heart, once there was a chance for the feelings to ferment, he immediately became uncontrollable like a wild horse. In the instant Xiao Hua hesitated, Zi Ming successfully grasped Xiao Hua's hand, and even grabbed it twice, making it even more comfortable. Then, that warm body snuggled closer. Cough cough, Xiao Hua coughed twice, and whispered, Zi Yi. Hearing the name, Zi Yi, that warm body immediately stiffened, and slightly moved away from Xiao Hua. However, that hand was still holding on, and did not relax in the slightest. Young Master Xiao, Zi Ming's voice recovered, and said somewhat timidly, this concubine, Sai, this concubine is a woman, and not Zi Yi. If it was someone else, this concubine was purely trying to cover it up, but this concubine could not deceive herself when facing young master. But Xiao Hua hesitated, as if he was afraid of hurting Zi Ming, and said in a low voice, ever since this Xiao saw you, I have always thought of you as Zi Yi. In fact, when he saw you earlier, he even thought that you were Zi Ming and had a lot of hostility towards you. Hee, Zi Ming chuckled and clenched her fists even tighter. That's because this concubine's disguise was too good. Even young master didn't notice. Xiao Hua tried to pull his hand away, but it didn't move. Instead, it made Zi Ming grip his hand even tighter. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Actually. Zi Ming sighed and said, actually, for so many years, it's been hard for me to disguise myself as Midnight. Although I can't bear to part with Midnight, I really want to revive him and let him be the real Midnight in my Huda's stronghold. However, I never thought that this path would be so difficult. In front of others, this concubine has to act out the two of us perfectly. In the beginning, this concubine was really scared and treading on thin ice, afraid that others would see through any flaws. In this concubine's heart, it's also hard. Not only is it hard to change my identity, but it's also hard to bear this burden in my heart. Just like what this concubine said earlier, this concubine's only wish in this life is to revive Midnight. This is also the biggest motivation for this concubine to repair the soul-falling lamp and seize the position of G-Man. This burden has been crushing this concubine's heart for so many years. This concubine doesn't dare to think too much, for fear of disturbing the guilt this concubine feels towards Midnight. Do you know? Perhaps this concubine didn't feel it in Sky Patrol City. Even when I returned to Meng Mountains, this concubine didn't think too much. However, when I saw young Master Xiao in that barren mountain, this concubine really doesn't know how to express the joy this concubine felt. Zi Ming's voice was still secretly pouring out, but in just a moment, this concubine realized that you belong to Midnight and not Zi Ming. Even if Zi Ming is real and Midnight is fake. How could Zi Ming not know young Master Zhao's hostility towards Zi Ming? Even if Fairy Hongxia is dissatisfied with this concubine has long felt it. However, young Master Xiao is Midnight's only confidant, and this concubine's only confidant. This concubine is willing to suffer for young Master's sake. Just over 10 days ago, when this concubine decided to end Midnight's story, this concubine suddenly felt a sense of relief. Zi Ming's hand was a little warm. All of a sudden, I felt like my life was full of sunshine again, and everything that belonged to me was back in my hands. Then, Xiao Hua's hand stopped moving. He could really feel the tenacity and pain in this woman's heart, the feeling of carrying an unspeakable burden. Aren't you going to resurrect Midnight? Young master, this concubine has said before, this is this concubine's lifelong pursuit. Midnight died because of this concubine. This concubine will not give up any chance to resurrect Midnight in this lifetime. Zi Ming did not hesitate and continued, however, using the soul-setting lamp to resurrect the dead is after all just a legend. Even Elder Wu doesn't know how to do it. Unless this concubine's cultivation base reaches the 9th heaven of spirit origin, or even the legendary 3 heavens beyond the heavens. Or if I can learn the 365 heaven-piercing green seal scripts that have been lost in Meng Mountains for a long time, then, there is a slight possibility. 3 heavens beyond the heavens? 365 green seal scripts. Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter a few times in the dark. Ziming seemed to have heard him, and said again, unfortunately, these are all legends. Even if this concubine can cultivate the ordinary 9th heaven of spirit origin, and her soul can soar through the 9 heavens, this concubine can never reach the 3 heavens beyond the heavens, and stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient Almighty. Or perhaps, this concubine is willing to learn all 365 green seal scripts, and use my life in exchange for Midnight's resurrection. Xiaohua originally wanted to ask more, but after hearing Ziming's sad and tearful narration, how could he still have such thoughts? His hand tightened a little, and he said with a smile, no matter what Ziming does, this Xiao will do his best to help. This Xiao believes that as long as Ziming has the heavens in your heart, even the 3 heavens beyond the heavens can be broken through. You called me Ziming? Ziming's voice was actually stuttering, as if she was wild with joy. Silly child. You are Ziming, and you don't want to deceive yourself anymore. Why would this Xiao repeat the same mistake? Xiaohua said with a smile, as if Ziming was an ignorant child. Xiao Lang. Ziming leaned her body closer to Xiaohua, and Xiaohua could feel Ziming's burning hot face on his arm. Sigh, this tunnel is indeed pitch black. But aren't we still deceiving ourselves now? Xiaohua smiled bitterly, and was about to say something. But Ziming had already spoken first. Xiao Lang, this concubine knows that I am an uncivilized girl from Meng Mountain, and I don't deserve to call you Xiao Lang. But, please allow this concubine to be presumptuous for once, and I will only call you young Master Xiao Lang in this netherworld After leaving this place, this concubine will never. Xiaohua quickly stretched out his hand, and his right index finger accurately pressed on Ziming's cherry lips, and said with a smile, there are some words that can't be said. Although Xiaohua didn't lower his head to look at Ziming, but when he suddenly felt a warm and wet sensation on his finger, he was so scared that he immediately retracted his finger. Hee. Ziming laughed. This concubine has never been so happy in her entire life. Che, Xiaohua laughed. Walking in the snow in Sky Patrol City is also not bad. Hee, that's right. Ziming said happily, because of Zai's matter, Ziming has always regarded herself as a man. But, I didn't expect to meet such a strange person like Xiao Lang in Sky Patrol City. To be honest, this concubine still doesn't understand, is there really love at first sight in this world? When this concubine thought about how bold we were that day, and how this concubine gave you the soul-falling lamp without the slightest hint of disappointment, this concubine felt extremely strange. This. Xiaohua immediately thought of Zhou Xia, and was a little tongue-tied. This should be called familiarity at first sight, and not love at first sight. What do you think? This concubine feels that, whether it is love at first sight or familiarity at first sight, it is love at first sight. Ziming laughed, isn't this concubine in you? This Xiaohua liked this kind of ambiguity in his heart, but he still didn't want to hide it from her and wanted to speak again. But Ziming promptly interrupted him and laughed, Xiao Lang, this concubine will be G-Man of Huda Village in the future. My future children will definitely be G-Man and Wu Lao, and Fu Man must spend her life in Huda Village. This concubine has already decided, this concubine will only aim to revive Zai, and when the time is ripe, this concubine will give the position of G-Man to someone else. Ahem, Xiaohua smiled bitterly, coughed twice, raised his right hand, and whispered, this should be the end of this passage in front, right? Oh. Is it? Ziming hesitated, and when she looked up, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. This concubine remembers that this passage is very long, but I didn't expect, today, after walking for a while, we have already reached the end. This happiness, is it also like this? Is the time of joy always short? The end is also the starting point. Xiaohua said, trying to pull his finger out, but Ziming held it tightly, as if a woman had just opened her heart, and didn't allow him to leave at all. Outside the Netherworld path is the Yellow Springs Great Hall. Ziming said with a smile, above the Yellow Springs Great Hall, there is a soul formation that my Huda village has kept for hundreds of thousands of years, and the Netherworld Eye is under the soul formation. Alright, this Xiao will follow Ziming, wherever Ziming goes, this Xiao will go. Xiaohua said casually, but after he finished speaking, he realized that his words had a double meaning. Alas, with Xiao Lang, even the Netherworld Eye is a place of happiness. Ziming sighed slightly. Ziming would rather stay in the Netherworld Eye with Xiao Lang. Don't, Xiaohua hurriedly said. Ziming has Ziming's responsibility, this Xiao also has this Xiao's mission. This idea of staying in the Netherworld Eye, please, don't think about it. Chapter 2892. Ha ha ha, darling, Xiao is really interesting. Hearing Xiaohua say, please, Ziming immediately laughed. Clearly, no one had ever told her this before. Poor child. Xiaohua sighed. He knew that Ziming's identity was here, and she had always appeared as Midnight. She really lacked love and care. She felt that his normal words were very good, so it was clear that no one would normally speak to her. Immediately, Xiaohua didn't say anything else. Ziming leaned against Xiaohua's left arm and walked out of the pitch-black Netherworld path with a smile on her face. At the end of the Netherworld path, light shone brightly. It was an extremely strange space. This so-called Yellow Springs Great Hall was like an oval-shaped chicken egg, covering the entire space. On the four walls of the Great Hall, there were many revolving diagrams. These diagrams were similar to the banners outside the Great Hall. Each and every one of them was a beast head that couldn't be seen normally. However, behind these beast heads, there were different carvings. These carvings were big and small. The big ones were close to 10 zhang long, and the small ones were only a foot long. These beast heads were surrounded by many wave-like lines, which seemed to be similar to ordinary flowing water. However, if one looked carefully, each of these wave-like lines were formed by white bones. However, these white bones could now be bent, just like water ripples. However, this couldn't attract Xiaohua's attention. As soon as Xiaohua stepped out of the Netherworld path, his gaze fell on the ground of the Great Hall. Because this Great Hall was covered in skeletons. Layers upon layers of snow-white skeletons, each with a pitch-black mouth and a pitch-black hole, were scattered on the ground like pieces of gravel. It was unknown where the light in the Great Hall came from, but when it shone on these skeletons, it was reflected back. A layer of indescribable light appeared on the ground of the Great Hall, as if the Great Hall was a layer of the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs Great Hall really lives up to its name. Xiaohua sighed. He didn't even release his soul sense. In front of a soul warrior like Ziming, Xiaohua's soul cultivation was no more than that of a child. Indeed. Because of the light, Ziming was already embarrassed to snuggle between Xiaohua's arms, but he was still unwilling to pull his hand out. After hearing Xiaohua's words, he looked at Xiaohua's face and said with a smile. Under the light, Xiaohua's sword-like eyebrows were pitch black, and his phoenix-like eyes were also faintly sparkling. His thin lips were closed together, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of a smile. Sigh. Ziming looked like she was smiling like a flower, but she sighed in her heart. Since we are not fated, why should we know each other? Fate could not surpass this. Oh. Seeing Ziming staring at him, Xiaohua turned to look at Ziming's face and asked curiously, is there any other explanation for this Yellow Springs Hall? Oh. Ziming's face blushed as she smiled. The Yellow Springs Road is meant for undead to walk. The purpose of building the Yellow Spring Palace here is to block off the Yellow Spring Road, to prevent those dead souls and nether beasts from rushing into Meng Mountains when the Netherworld Eye is opened. Nether beasts? Xiaohua pointed his finger and said, these should all be. Yes, Ziming nodded. The Yellow Springs Road, the Netherworld Sea, there are countless nether beasts inside, and these are only the ones that can be seen normally. Ziming, you say, is there really a netherworld in this world? Oh, or is this netherworld really the world of undead? Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and finally asked. This. Ziming did not expect Xiaohua to ask this. After thinking for a moment, she explained, actually, according to the records of my Meng Mountain's shaman canon, the hooded great deity transformed into the netherworld and became an independent reincarnation, which is not connected to any other world. Only the dead souls can enter through a way that no one knows. As for this netherworld sea, the Yellow Springs Road, and so on, they seem to be places where malicious spirits, vengeful spirits, and other existences that are different from us humans live. Moreover, if the netherworld is really the world of undead, Ziyi would have been resurrected long ago. Can I worry about it for the rest of my life? Seeing that Xiaohua wanted to ask something again, Ziming smiled and said, Xiaohua, there are a lot of secrets in my Meng Mountains, and even the Wheel of Heavenly Tao. If you are interested, you might as well come to my Huda stockade. In the future, the stockade's accumulation will definitely satisfy your curiosity. Xiaohua smiled and did not answer. He continued to ask, in other words, a soul warrior like Ziming who can control malicious spirits also does not know the difference between the Netherworld Sea and the Netherworld Sea? It's not just me. Ziming pursed her lips and said, even the Grand Shaman, and even the Shaman King of Meng Mountains, I'm afraid they don't know. Shaman King. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. After hearing about the Grand Shaman and Ji-Man, he once again heard the title of Shaman King. Let's go. Xiaohua, we are going in. Ziming naturally turned her head and took a glance. She patted her hand and took out the bone staff from the soul nest. She pulled her hand out of Xiaohua's hand, looked at Xiaohua with a smile, and began to chant. Following Ziming's witchcraft incantation, the bone staff began to emit a dark green brilliance. This brilliance became more and more dazzling in the Yellow Spring Palace. However, as time passed, the bone staff became heavy again. Moreover, a trace of dark red appeared on Ziming's face, as if it was quite strenuous. Go. Just when Xiaohua was a little worried, Ziming pointed the bone staff in her hand. The dark green brilliance rushed out of the bone staff and landed on a layer of skeletons. Swoosh! Like a great wave washing away sand, the green color dyed the white color, and the yellow spring instantly disappeared. At the same time, an oval burning with green flames suddenly appeared in the green color. Immediately after, the oval strangely stood upright, and actually became a fire circle like a moon gate. Xiaohua, Ziming's face was clearly pale. She stretched out her hand to grab Xiaohua's hand, and said with a forced smile, the yellow spring gate has already opened. Are you willing to accompany this concubine to the 9 underworlds? Xiaohua originally wanted to withdraw his hand, but looking at Ziming's slightly pale face, this face could not be compared to Fairy Hongxia, and even more so, it could not be compared to Zhou Xia. However, the eyes on this face were extremely hot, and did not lose out to anyone in the slightest. Forget it, it's just this trip anyway. Xiaohua's hand paused for a moment, but in the end, he did not avoid it. Ziming held Xiaohua's hand, and the corner of her mouth revealed a sweet smile. Xiaohua could clearly see that there was actually an extremely deep dimple on Ziming's right cheek, and her smile was very sweet. Holding Xiaohua's hand, Ziming stretched out her left hand, and pushed it forward. The fire circle suddenly rushed out a strong gust of netherworld wind, blowing towards the two of them. In an instant, Ziming's long hair was blown up, and a few strands of black hair also landed on Xiaohua's face. Whoosh, in just a moment, a dark green light barrier appeared in Ziming's hand, blocking all of the netherworld wind. Then, Ziming took a step forward, and walked towards the yellow spring door. A strange scene appeared. As Ziming and Xiaohua held hands and disappeared from the fire circle that was as flat as a piece of paper, the fire circle suddenly exploded, and all of the jade flames scattered in all directions, igniting the entire yellow spring hall. When the two elders of the Jing Apple village arrived, they looked at the jade flames all over the ground, and a helpless smile appeared on their faces. Xiaohua followed Ziming into the yellow spring door, and he only felt a flash of brilliance in front of his eyes. He did not feel any pressure of being teleported, and his entire surroundings were filled with a layer of dark green. Xiaohua, close your eyes for a moment. Ziming said considerately, the netherworld I hear is blocked by the green seal text talisman, and the brilliance of the green seal text can easily cause the naked eye to be unable to adapt. Moreover, it's best for cultivators not to release their divine sense, or it will be corroded by the netherworld wind. Okay. Xiaohua obediently closed his eyes, and after a moment, he opened them. Sure enough, when he opened his eyes again, the green brilliance was no longer glaring. Seeing Xiaohua being so obedient, Ziming suddenly felt a kind of warmth in his heart. These 6 are all the netherworld eye? Xiaohua looked around and saw that he was standing on a stone step, and below the stone step, in a huge space, there were 6 circular deep holes that were enveloped by a dark green brilliance. These deep holes were arranged neatly, with 2 in a group and 3 in a triangular shape. The entire space was filled with the netherworld wind, and the dark green brilliance in the deep holes was like an eye that was being blown up. Above the eye, a brilliance overflowed, and it was indeed similar to a real eye. As expected of the name Netherworld Eye, Xiaohua saw this and could not help but praise. Hehe, Xiaohua, this is nothing. Ziming said with a smile, if you see the existence inside the Netherworld Eye, you will definitely be flabbergasted, and your eyeballs will fall out. Oh? Really? Xiaohua was surprised, I don't really believe it. Hehe, just you wait. Ziming clapped his hand and took out a shuttle-shaped soul tool from the soul nest. He chanted another incantation, and the soul tool slowly expanded. Isn't this my Dao Sex flying magic tool? Seeing a flying boat similar to a boat being born, Xiaohua was indeed somewhat surprised. Who said that only your Dao sect has flying magic tools, and my Meng Mountain doesn't? Ziming's eyes contained a smile, and he glanced at Xiaohua and said, my Meng Mountain has many, and they are not inferior to your Dao sect's methods. You will slowly come to know in the future. Speaking up to here, the corners of Ziming's mouth were secretly bitter. When the flying boat that could accommodate 2 people took shape, Ziming jumped in first and stretched out his hand. Come, Xiaohua, I will let you see the magic of my Meng Mountain's flying boat, and the mystery of my Huda Stronghold's Netherworld Eye. Good, I want to ask for advice. Xiaohua had already experienced life and death in Ming Shi's Netherworld Wind. Although he did not have the Phoenix celestial body now, he was not unfamiliar with the Netherworld Wind. He said with a smile and also jumped in. However, before he could stand firm, Ziming's hand had already stretched out, as if he wanted to cherish every moment in the Yellow Springs Palace. Xiaohua saw that Ziming was already slightly shy, but he seemed to be used to it, and he sighed in his heart. After all, he had only treated Ziming as Zai before, and it was not easy for him to get used to it. Chapter 2893. Xiao Lang, sit tight. Ziming reminded Xiao Yu. She chanted a soul incantation and pointed the bone staff. The airboat slowly flew up and flew toward one of the Netherworld eyes. When it was above the Netherworld eye, the airboat emitted a dark green brilliance. This brilliance formed a soul incantation in the air and fell into the Netherworld eye like snowflakes. Goo goo, a sound like spring water gushing was heard. The Netherworld eye's brilliance also flourished, as if it had opened its eyes. A green beam of light shot out and covered the airboat. The airboat tilted slightly and immediately fell into the Netherworld eye. Xiaohua stood on the airboat and saw layers of green light overflowing on the airboat. It was similar to the protective brilliance of the flowing cloud airboat. Moreover, this airboat was transparent. It was as if there was nothing under his feet. He could clearly see the situation around him. As the airboat rushed into the Netherworld eye, a strong Netherworld wind caused the airboat to be a little bumpy. Even the green light shield on the left was extremely swaying, as if it could be annihilated at any time. Inside the Netherworld eye, what met Xiaohua's gaze were iron corpses similar to the 9 divine guards. These iron corpses stood on the rock wall inside the netherworld eye. The rock wall was layered, and there were 9 iron corpses on each layer. Xiaohua saw that there were more than 10 layers, which meant that there were nearly 100 iron corpses. Oh. He was a little stunned. This netherworld eye, didn't I say it before? The 9 divine guards are inside the netherworld eye. Naturally, there are iron corpses here. Ziming smiled. Are there iron corpses in the other 5 netherworld eyes? Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked again. Yes, there are iron corpses in every netherworld eye. Ziming answered without hesitation. It's just that the exact number is uncertain. Then, is every netherworld eye the same, or is the netherworld eye you chose different? Xiaohua asked again. The netherworld eye I chose is naturally different. Ziming said with a smile. If it's the same, then how can I be so sure of winning? As for why it's different, Xiao Lang will know in a moment. Okay, Xiaohua looked at the flying boat slowly descending against the wind. The iron corpses were like guards standing by the side, nodding slightly. The flying boat fell straight down for the size of a meal. It was probably over 10,000 feet, but it seemed that there was no end to the netherworld eye. What made Xiaohua astonished was that there seemed to be no end to the number of iron corpses as they kept swaying in front of him. Ziming. Just how many iron corpses does your Huda stronghold have? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. As for the specific number, I really don't know. Ziming said with a smile. Only old Wu knows this secret. However, in my opinion, even if it isn't 200,000, it should be at least 100,000. So many. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen the strength of the 9 divine guards. They were more powerful than late Foundation establishment stage cultivators and were almost comparable to Jindan. If the Huda stronghold had 200,000 iron corpses with the strength of Jindan, then the Dao sect and ordinary Shuzhen sects, let alone ordinary sects, even the Imperial Thunder sect, would be unable to withstand a single blow, right? But before Xiaohua could recover from his shock, Ziming's words made Xiaohua's jaw drop. However, this doesn't count for much. According to Old Wu, there are still flying iron corpses, flying copper corpses and so on in Meng Mountains. Although their strength can't compare to Hanba, they are still more powerful than the 9 divine guards of my Huda stronghold. Moreover, there are over 1 million of them. Is that true? Xiaohua was somewhat in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Ziming said with a smile. That's why your Dao sect cultivators are so narrow-minded. You always think that my Meng Mountain soul warriors are uncivilized and think of your Shuzhen 3 kingdoms like sword cultivators. In fact, if we wanted to, how could you be our match? That might not be the case. Xiaohua immediately realized. Your Meng Mountain's iron corpses and copper corpses are many, but they are all dead objects and still need soul warriors to control them. And these soul warriors. I'm afraid they won't be easy opponents for my Dao sect cultivators. Moreover, my Dao sect's nascent soul stage and deity stage masters are all extremely powerful. I'm afraid you guys won't be easy to deal with. What my dear Xiao says makes sense. However, I've never thought of starting a war with the Dao sect, nor have I thought much about this. Hearing this, Xiaohua thought of another matter and asked, Ziming, when you drove the flying ship and waved the bone staff, the incantation should be a soul incantation, right? Yes, Ziming rolled her eyes and knew what Xiaohua wanted to ask. Does my dear Xiao also want to chant the soul incantation? Indeed. Xiaohua answered honestly. I've also cultivated soul arts for a few days, but no matter what, I can't chant the soul incantation. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Previously, in the soul refining cave, I've also asked Master Ma Qin. He's right. Daoist Xiao, it's better if you give up. Ziming knew that Xiaohua was unwilling to give up and said with a smile, this soul incantation can only be cast by the descendants of the 12 great gods using the power of their bloodline. You're a Dao sect cultivator, so it's better if you use magic arts. Hee hee, Xiaohua also laughed. Don't tell me. I can't even use soul threads to exert force? Oh. Looks like Master Ma Qin, hee hee, told Daoist Xiao a lot. Zi Ming nodded. Soul threads can indeed pronounce the incantation, but how can it be so simple? If it could, those swordsmen and cultivators who cultivate soul arts would have long been able to chant the real soul incantation. Oh, then, there's no other way? Or perhaps, I can also chant a soul incantation that isn't the real one? Xiao Hua was delighted. Zi Ming shook her head. I don't know the method. Maybe I'll ask Elder Wu later. As for the soul incantation, it doesn't really use the power of the bloodline. Instead, it uses sword origin and true essence to activate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the effect is similar, it's fundamentally different from my Meng Mountain's soul arts. Speaking up to here, Zi Ming looked at the surrounding iron corpses and said with a frown, actually, when it comes to magic arts and soul arts, I've never been clear about them. Or rather, I admire the seniors of the Dao sect. My Meng Mountain's magic arts are inherited from the primordial era, passed down by the 20 great deities. They refine the soul, condense the bloodline, and walk the path of the 9 heavens. Although it's also borrowing the power of external objects, it's no small matter. It can affect the weather. But it's also because of this that the inheritance is getting thinner and thinner. There are fewer and fewer almighty figures who can move the clouds with a wave of their hand. The Dao sect's orthodoxy doesn't pay attention to this. Instead, it uses the body as a guide to cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using the power of the heavenly Dao to create one's own divine ability. These divine abilities may seem small, but they use a small amount of the body's strength every time. It won't consume the bloodline or life essence. Although the weather can't be compared to my soul arts, it's easy to cultivate and can use the limitless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Actually, as Daoist Xiao said just now, your nascent soul and deity transformation seniors can affect the situation. Although my Meng Mountain doesn't have as many soul warriors as your Dao sect, but just one of them is equivalent to several deity transformation cultivators, right? It's not impossible. That's right, Zi Ming is right. Xiao Hua has cultivated magic and soul arts, so he naturally knows the difference between the two. The Dao sect and Meng Mountain should have 2 different cultivation paths. Just like sword cultivators, Buddhism, and Confucian cultivators. Although Meng Mountain's soul arts are powerful and impossible to guard against, every time they are used, life and death are decided. But after all, it's greatly related to the bloodline. If Xiao Mao didn't have the pure bloodline of great god Shibai, he probably wouldn't even have a trace of soul energy. But that's not the case for my Dao sect. As long as one has the physique to cultivate, regardless of whether one has a bloodline or not, one can cultivate. Even Xiao Mao, who was born as a soul warrior of Meng Mountain, can smoothly cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Actually, there are so many cultivation paths in this world, just in line with the 3,000 great Daos, each with their own characteristics. Hee, Daoist Xiao really knows a lot. Zi Ming pursed his lips and praised again, you even know about Buddhism and Confucian cultivators. Since you know about Confucian cultivators, can't you see the difference between my Empress Earth Stockade and other places? Hearing this, Xiaohua laughed and nodded, so that's how it is. Looks like Empress Earth Stockade also has the inheritance of Confucian cultivators. Hee, there are some Confucian cultivators in Meng Mountain. My Empress Earth Stockade also had a Confucian cultivator, G-Man, and Confucian cultivators were even popular in Meng Mountain for a period of time. I saw it in the Shaman Codex. At that time, some shamans called themselves Shen and G-Man called himself Ai Jia. They were all borrowed from Confucian cultivators. Oh, all the palaces in my Empress Earth Stockade were built according to the ancient books of Confucian cultivators. In addition, the names of my Empress Earth Stockade's descendants were also influenced at that time. Zi Ming said somewhat mysteriously, also, this G-man now also admires Confucian cultivators very much. Oh, those Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua's face lit up as he asked. At this moment, the flying boat suddenly stopped, as if it had stopped, and then it glided smoothly. The netherworld wind also weakened a lot. Oh, we're arriving so soon. This was the second time Ming felt that time had passed too quickly, and then he said casually, what kind of ending can those Confucian cultivators have? Except for some ancient books, all their descendants either died or were integrated into the people of Meng Mountain. Ancient books? Xiao Hua's eyes began to turn. Don't even think about those ancient books. Ming already understood Xiao Hua's greed. Looking at the iron corpses all around them, he said, those are all under G-man's control. She treasures them very much, she won't give them to you. Of course, if. At this point, Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Splash, splash, splash. The sound of a tide gradually came from afar, and the smell of blood gradually became thicker. This is. When Xiao Hua saw the iron corpses soaked in the thick blood, and there was a pitch-black fog in the blood, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chapter 2894. Xiao Lang, this is the real Netherworld Sea. Seeing Xiao Hua's shock, Ming was very proud. He pointed his finger and said, this sea is filled with nether blood. When the nether blood leaves the nether sea, it will form nether wind. The nether wind from the Yellow Springs Hall came from here. Then. What about country she's netherworld wind? Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask, is the netherworld wind there the same as here? Netherworld wind? Ming heard and shook her head slightly, I seem to have heard of it. But I have never been there, so I don't know. But, this netherworld sea is boundless, and its depth is also endless. If Xiao Lang has seen a place similar to netherworld sea, then I'm afraid the two are related. Since there is netherworld sea, then netherworld and 9 underworlds. Xiao Hua still wanted to ask, but Ming smiled and said, Xiao Lang, you really have a lot of questions. Do you already have the idea of going to the netherworld sea to the netherworld in your mind? Why would I go to netherworld? Xiao Hua was stunned. I just think that since there is netherworld sea, we should be able to reach 9 underworlds, right? Hee, that's good. Ming smiled, no one has ever returned alive from netherworld sea. Even in the sorcerer realm, the soul power is close to the 3rd layer of the sky. Actually, Xiao Lang will know in a moment when you follow me. Oh, you and I still have plenty of time. I will take you to see the scenery of netherworld sea. Going to netherworld sea? Xiao Hua was stunned. Didn't you say that no one will return alive after going in? Idiot. Ming pulled Xiao Hua's hand and said, I will not take you to the depths of netherworld sea. We will only look for netherworld orchids nearby. As he spoke, the flying boat had already flown above the netherworld sea. It was a blood pool that was dozens of feet in size. Above the blood pool was a slanted passage that Ming and himself had flown down. On the left side of the blood pool, there were also 2 iron corpses soaking in the blood. However, this blood pool was only dozens of feet in size. It was impossible to see the entire netherworld sea. Don't release your divine sense. Ming warned again, your divine sense was injured by the drought demon. It was already damaged. If it is injured by the netherworld sea, then it will really be impossible to recover. I see. Xiao Hua understood that a cultivator without a spiritual will was like a bird without wings. It was absolutely impossible for them to pass through this netherworld sea. Let's go. As he spoke, the flying boat tilted slightly and rushed into the blood pool. Whoosh, with a faint sound, the flying boat sank into the blood pool. Sizzling sounds were emitted from the dark green brilliance of the flying boat. Following this sound, a trace of blood light and a wisp of black gas rushed out from the blood pool. In an instant, they turned into a huge netherworld wind and rushed up the passage, almost blowing away the nearby iron corpses. When the flying boat entered the blood pool, Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with blood red. The strands of black qi were like dark clouds in a clear sky, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The faint stone wall was like a reef in the sea. It stood tall in the distance and looked like a ferocious sea beast. As the flying boat dived, the black reefs gradually became less and less, and more bloody, and felt more and more viscous. He saw Zi Ming drive the flying boat to a slight pause, as if she was identifying the direction. Then, she turned the boat around and flew in a certain direction. Hiss, there is no sense of direction in this blood sea. How can we identify the way? How can we return to this place? Xiao Hua himself didn't know the direction, and when he arrived here, he was even more like a headless fly. Naturally, he muttered in his heart. However, seeing Zi Ming's confident appearance, Xiao Hua's heart was also at ease. He knew that she must have some confidence. Whoosh, the flying boat flew in the blood sea for half a cup of tea's time. Suddenly, there was a sound of water. Xiao Hua unconsciously turned his head back. Ah! Seeing the source of the sound, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be stunned. He saw a group of monsters that looked like the surface of the water. On top of their heads was a rather large ghost face. This ghost face was very ferocious, with a sharp mouth and fangs. Xiao Hua had never seen such a thing before. Hee, seeing Xiao Hua's shock, Zi Ming laughed. However, before she could finish laughing, several hundred small fish-like ghosts rushed to the left side of the flying boat. They surrounded the flying boat, and their small fangs began to devour the green brilliance. Go, Zi Ming berated. With a wave of the bone staff in her hand, the entire flying boat shone with green light, and actually scared those small ghosts away. Then, a group of huge, several hundred zhang tall black shadows swam in front of the flying boat. On those black shadows, the strange ghost faces flickered slightly, and it looked like they were sneering at the flying boat. And following this huge black shadow, there were thousands of ghost and beast heads that leisurely floated about 10 zhang below it. After the time it took to finish a meal, Xiao Hua's jaw was about to fall off as he saw the strange situation and those grotesque and variegated beast heads and ghost heads appearing one by one in groups. That leisurely and contented appearance of those beasts and ghost heads, Xiao Hua's jaw was about to drop. At this moment, Xiao Hua finally understood the origin of the beast heads on the banners in front of the plaza in front of the Hall of the Underworld and the Netherworld Path. He also understood where the ghost heads that Zi Ming and the other soul warriors from the Huda stronghold came from. Hee, Xiao Hua, these are the underworld beasts of the Netherworld Sea. If my cultivation is high enough, I can borrow their strength. Zi Ming looked at Xiao Hua's dazed expression and said with a smile. Just now, the underworld beast that devoured Mingyu is also from here. Of course. Zi Ming immediately understood Xiao Hua's meaning and said with a smile, that is the incarnation of Huda Great God. Being summoned by the bloodline power of our Huda stronghold, and attracted by Mingyu's soul, that underworld beast can temporarily tear open the void and come to our Huda stronghold. Then, after the void closes, it will return to the Netherworld Sea from the Netherworld Palace and the Netherworld Palace. Naturally, we can borrow the power of this underworld beast to find the Netherworld Sea in a short time. How long? Xiao Hua nodded and asked. Midnight. Zi Ming said with a smile, there is more than enough time. In a short while, we will find a passage, and there will be the Netherworld Orchid there. Good. Xiao Hua's horizons were really broadened. But suddenly, he realized something and asked in a low voice, if this underworld beast, which is called Huda Great God's incarnation behind the Netherworld Sea, can be found after being attracted, then how did Zi Yan take the 9 divine guards from here? A cold light flashed in Zi Ming's eyes, and he said with hatred, this is naturally Ji Man's doing. Only she has the ability to communicate with the 9 divine guards in the Netherworld Sea, and only she can take the 9 divine guards from the Netherworld Sea. In order to let Zi Yan kill me, she actually consumed her soul power and took the 9 divine guards before opening the Netherworld passage. It seems that she already has the intention to kill me. Humph, if I didn't bring Xiao Lang and the others back, if I didn't have some prestige in the Huda stronghold, I'm afraid this trip to the Netherworld. But thinking of this, Zi Ming was stunned again and said anxiously, oh no, I'm afraid we still fell into her trap. She has already set up a backup plan in the Netherworld Sea. Xiaohua also understood. Quickly, let's go find the Netherworld Orchid. Yes, I understand. Previously, Ziming's mind had been filled with the sweet feeling with Xiaohua, and some of his vigilance had already faded. But at this time, he suddenly remembered that he was already in deep danger. As expected, the flying boat sped up. After a while, another big black object appeared in front of them. However, this thing was much bigger than all the nether beasts they had seen before. It was similar to the passage Xiaohua had left in the beginning. It was a large stone cliff. The flying boat didn't stop, and rushed towards the dark place, and in a moment, a slightly glowing passage appeared in front of Xiaohua. However, this passage was different from the previous one. It was somewhat narrow, somewhat curved, and even filled with gravel, not smooth. It's here. Ziming urged the flying boat to rush into the passage, and then flew around in the passage. Looking at this passageway that seemed similar to an abandoned mineral vein, Xiaohua understood that this was a naturally formed passageway in the Netherworld Sea. There might be some soul wood growing inside. The passageway that he and Ziming came down should have been created by the ancestors of the Huda stronghold with the help of this naturally formed passageway. But if they found such a natural passage in this boundless and directionless Netherworld Sea, it wouldn't be easy, right? Seeing the flying boat flying around for a while, Ziming's face was a little ugly, and he muttered, "No, it should be here." "How?" Don't worry, Xiaohua said comfortingly. While talking, a field of lush millet appeared in front of them. "No, I went the wrong way." Sweat oozed from the tip of Ziming's nose. "There are no millet in that place." "Then we'll look for it again." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "But, should we also take away these millet seeds?" "Of course." Ziming thought for a moment and waved the bone staff. A green light flashed on the flying boat, and the millet seeds were collected in a moment. Then, Ziming didn't stop at all, and the flying boat turned around and flew back. Luckily, Ziming still remembered. Seeing a fork in the road, Ziming didn't hesitate at all and always found the most correct direction. She actually found the blood pool and the passage in a shorter time than before. Xiaohua couldn't help but be convinced. If he was driving the flying boat, he would have been lost long ago. Then, Ziming easily found the passage again, but when she flew into the passage, she hesitated. "What's wrong?" Xiaohua's heart tightened, and he asked in a low voice, "Isn't it here?" "It seems, it's not here." Ziming held Xiaohua's hand, which was a little cold, and actually broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing Ziming's words, Xiaohua instantly understood that Ziming was most likely also lost his way. Chapter 2895. Don't worry. What could Xiaohua say? He could only force a smile and say, "If we can't find the Netherworld Orchid, then forget it. At most, we won't let senior brother Li use the Netherworld Mirror. Junior brother Zhao's matter is the most important." Ziming took a deep breath and nodded slightly. "I understand. I will do my best." After saying that, the flying boat no longer flew inside. It retreated and flew in another direction. However, things went beyond Xiaohua's expectations. After a few more times, the time Ziming took to find the passage gradually increased. It seemed that Ziming was no longer familiar with these places. Moreover, every time Ziming found a passage, she would only enter and then leave. Obviously, it was not the place she was looking for. Therefore, Xiaohua's heart involuntarily gave birth to a bad feeling. Because Ziming was too stubborn, an unyielding expression appeared on her face. "Ha! It's here. So it's here. I thought I went the wrong way." However, when Ziming found a passage, Ziming's words and joy scattered Xiaohua's doubts. Xiaohua must be worried, right? Ziming's face was obviously relaxed. Not worried. Ziming is much stronger than this Xiao. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Let's go. Let's go quickly and return quickly. We have already wasted a lot of time. Ziming did not say anything more and urged the flying boat to rush into the passage. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Hua put the stone into his stomach, the situation changed dramatically. No. Wrong. This is not the place I found before. Ziming's face was red, and there was even some shame in her eyes. Seeing that Ziming was about to turn the flying boat around, Xiao Hua hurriedly said, Don't worry, why don't we search carefully? Maybe there will be. This. Ziming was a little embarrassed. This passage is natural. If we go too deep, I will not be able to find my way back. Furthermore, not all of the tunnels had soul wood growing inside them. That netherworld orchid is the only one I've seen after searching through many passages. Since we are here, let's look for it. Xiao Hua comforted, let's not go too deep. All right. Ziming was somewhat unconvinced, but at this time, she was already impatient and had lost her previous calmness. She could only glance at Xiao Hua and urge the flying boat to fly into the passage. Sure enough, as Ziming had said, the walls of this passageway were made of solid rocks. The black-red color on the rocks was very bright. How could there be any soul wood? The two of them strolled around for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Ziming was impatient. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Xiao Lang, I'm afraid there's nothing left here. I'll wait. All right. Xiao Hua knew that he was just blindly giving orders. It was already good that he was able to calm his mind for a while. He immediately agreed while he was ahead. Ziming forced a smile towards Xiao Hua as he turned the airboat around and hurriedly turned it over. However, when Ziming flew past a few forks, an indescribable feeling suddenly arose from Xiao Hua's heart. Wait, Xiao Hua hastily ordered. What's wrong? Ziming was a little puzzled, but he stopped the flying boat in time. Over there. Xiao Hua didn't use his eyes to look, and instead pointed with his finger. Over there. Ziming looked at the fork that Xiao Hua knew was not the one they had just passed. He couldn't help but hesitate. This Xiao feels that there's something very important there. It must be the netherworld orchid? Xiao Hua had a feeling that it was extremely important, but he wasn't sure whether it was the netherworld orchid or not. All right, Ziming's face lit up with joy. He flew in the direction that Xiao Hua pointed. However, the fork was extremely short. After flying for half a cup of tea, they reached the end. The inside of the passageway was bare. There was no soul wood at all. Not even a stalk of millet could be seen. It's still there. Xiao Hua firmly pointed, but this time, he was pointing at the stone wall. This. Ziming hesitated for a moment before urging the airboat to fly in the direction that was close to it. Under Xiao Hua's finger, Ziming made 7 or 8 turns. Suddenly, a blood-red thing that was more than a foot long, had 9 sections, and looked like a bamboo. It was erected in a fork that was just big enough for the airboat to pass through. Netherworld bamboo? Ziming exclaimed in an incredulous tone. Here, how could there be netherworld bamboo? What's so strange about it? Xiao Hua frowned as he looked at the netherworld bamboo. He really didn't understand why he had such a warning in his heart. Other than the netherworld orchid, which is an extremely low-level item that can grow in the netherworld sea, the others, such as this netherworld bamboo and the higher-level netherworld lotus, all grow in the netherworld sea. They can't leave the netherworld sea of blood. Ignore it, let's take it first. Xiao Hua urged, this is much stronger than the netherworld orchid. This time, we will definitely win. Indeed. Ziming laughed, I didn't expect Xiao Lang's feeling to be right. With that, the flying boat once again emitted a green light, and like a sharp flying sword, it sucked the netherworld bamboo into the flying boat. Ziming smiled as he held the netherworld bamboo and looked at Xiao Hua. However, what made Ziming feel strange was that Xiao Hua's gaze did not fall on the soul wood in her hand, but instead looked at the roots of the netherworld bamboo. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Ming asked curiously. Xiao Hua bit his lips and said in a low voice, "This Xiao feels. This netherworld bamboo's roots is very important to this Xiao." Oh. Ming was only slightly surprised, but she immediately smiled and said, "Then I will give this to you as well." With that, Ming was about to wave the bone staff again. "Don't worry." Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped him. "It's better for this Xiao to do it himself. You must not use your divine sense." Ming was anxious. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "It's fine. Wouldn't it be fine if you put this netherworld bamboo's roots into the flying boat's green light?" All right. All right. Ming waved the bone staff and expanded the flying boat's green light, enveloping the remaining roots of the netherworld bamboo within. Xiao Hua cautiously waved his hand, and the roots of the netherworld bamboo fell into his hand. After thinking for a bit, he carefully put the roots of the netherworld bamboo into a storage bag. This thing. Ming was a little surprised, but she only said a few words and urged the flying boat to return. Something's wrong. Xiao Hua's face suddenly revealed a strange expression. He once again pointed forward and said, "This Xiao feels. That thing is still in front." What? Ming was completely confused. Other than the netherworld bamboo, she couldn't think of anything else worth paying attention to. "Let's go and take a look," Xiao Hua said with a smile. With the matter of the netherworld bamboo, he was still very confident in his senses. Perhaps the netherworld orchid was in front. All right. Hearing Xiao Hua's instructions, Ming did not hesitate to urge the flying boat. It seemed that she had more confidence in Xiao Hua than herself. Naturally, Xiao Hua also slightly shook his head, but the little tail in his heart had long been raised to the sky. This netherworld bamboo was really interesting. Immediately after, Ming urged the flying boat to fly for the time it took to eat a meal, but they didn't see any more netherworld orchids, but they collected some more millet seeds. Strange. Xiao Hua scratched his head. Not to mention, Ming looked up at Xiao Hua with some concealment. Could it be that my senses are wrong? At this moment, Ming's expression suddenly changed. "Ming, what's wrong?" Xiao Hua stole a glance at Ming, feeling a little embarrassed. Naturally, he noticed her expression, and his heart unconsciously thumped as he hurriedly asked. Ming slightly bit her lips, her eyes flashing with a trace of fear, and even a great deal of panic. Just now, when Xiao Hua was collecting the netherworld bamboo root, her hand slipped away from Xiao Hua's hand. Now, she was silently holding onto it, but when Ming's expression changed greatly, her hand also stiffly slipped away from Xiao Hua's hand. "What's wrong? Quickly tell me." Xiao Hua saw the situation and knew that it was not good, so he hurriedly asked. "Xiao Hua. I'm lost." Ming bit her lips until they turned white, and it was as pale as her face. She knew very well that losing her way in the netherworld sea was far more dangerous than losing her way in Meng Mountains. Hearing Ming's words, Xiao Hua also sucked in a breath of cold air. This was what he was most afraid of. Moreover, he immediately understood that it was his blind guidance, especially when Ming was a little excited after obtaining the netherworld bamboo. After flying for so long, she had long lost the way back. Can you find the way back?" Xiao Hua asked tentatively. Or, when he spoke up to hear, Xiao Hua himself was greatly shocked. Earlier, Ming had clearly said that the netherworld path was opened by the clone of the nether beast, Hoodoo, and there was a time limit. If they didn't return before midnight, then the netherworld path would be blocked. How would he and Ming return to the nether spring hall? Earth escape? Xiao Hua's heart suddenly relaxed, and he looked at the surrounding passages, but then he shook his head. Nonsense, if the netherworld sea was below the Yellow Springs Palace, why would the netherworld beast be needed to open the passage? There must be some kind of spatial vein or something in the middle. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, took the initiative to reach out and hold Ming's hand, and said, "It's not your fault, it's all this Zhao's own initiative to point out the direction." If we had followed your previous guidance, there would have been no problem. Xiao Hua, it was rare for Xiao Hua to take the initiative to reach out his hand, and Ziming's face once again flushed red, and she said somewhat shyly, "It's all my fault, just now, oh? Just now what?" Xiao Hua was puzzled. Just now in the netherworld path, I softly prayed to the hooded great god, if, with Xiao Hua. At this point, Ziming's face was completely red, and she did not dare to continue. It seemed that she was somewhat different from the straightforward women of Meng Mountains. Ah. Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He already knew in his heart what Ziming wanted to say. Ziming hesitated and said, "I did not expect that the hooded great god really heard my words, but I did not expect that the hooded great god would use this kind of method to realize my wish." Chapter 2896. That. Although Xiao Hua was very touched in his heart, but, speaking of feelings, it didn't seem to be as profound as that of Huang Mengxiang in Tianmen Mountain. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's thoughts actually ran away. I really don't know how that little girl Huang Mengxiang is now. If she knew that I was buried in Meng Mountain, would she shed a tear? Just when Xiao Hua was a little distracted, the flying boat was still flying slowly. Ziming suddenly cried out in joy, This is another passage under the netherworld No, not that, but it's not far away. When I was training together. I came here before." "Really?" Xiao Hua's heart suddenly relaxed, and he said with some disbelief. "Absolutely. Look." Ziming pointed at a place and said, There are 2 marks. When Zai and I passed by here, we specially carved them." Sure enough, when Xiao Hua looked carefully along Ziming's finger, there was indeed an arrow in the direction where the flying boat was heading. "Zai. It's Zai." Ziming said happily. "Zai was afraid that we would get lost, so he gave us directions here." That's right, it's all thanks to Zai." Xiao Hua also smiled, but then, the flying boat flew in Ziming's memory for a while, and Xiao Hua was surprised again. Because the flying boat's direction, although it was a little winding, was exactly the same as the direction he felt strange. Ziming, who had escaped from the threat of death, was also very happy at this time. She looked at Xiao Hua a little coquettishly. Although she didn't say anything, her flower-like smile was full of charm. Xiao Lang. In the end, Ziming still spoke, "I'll take you back. Your so-called netherworld orchid, we don't want it anymore. I'm afraid that I'll get lost again." "It doesn't matter." Xiao Hua shrugged, tilted his head and said, "The direction you're flying in is the same as the direction I thought. Maybe we'll meet the netherworld orchid in a while?" Ziming covered her mouth with the bone staff in her left hand and said in surprise, "Xiao Lang, could it be that the perception just now is the way back?" "Oh. That's right, it seems that this is the fastest way back. As for whether there's the netherworld orchid or not, it's possible." "Tisk, it's possible that it's the nether orchid." Xiao Hua curled his lips, extremely distrustful of himself. "If I say that this is the way back that I found, then that's absolutely impossible." "But it's true." Ziming laughed. "If we have the netherworld orchid, that would be even better." Unfortunately, even though Ziming was looking carefully, Xiao Hua, who was beside him, couldn't find the nether orchid. After seeing a few forks in the road and seeing the blood pool, Ziming still couldn't find the nether orchid. Done. Ziming heaved a long sigh of relief, and then he pointed at the blood pool and said, "Xiao Lang, once you enter the blood pool, you'll be able to return in less than 1,000 feet. This concubine remembers it clearly." "Okay." Stop. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and shifted his gaze away from the blood pool. He casually looked at the fork in the road that he had just walked through. What he saw shocked him greatly. What happened? Although Ziming and Xiao Hua were standing together, they were half a body in front of each other. Because of that, they were blocked by the black and red cliff, so they didn't see anything. When she took half a step back and looked again, she also turned pale with fright. What's going on? Yes, it was impossible for Ziming and Xiaohua not to be surprised. Because on the fork in the road, there were already more than 10 spirit warriors lying on the ground. The heads of these spirit warriors were all covered in blood. It was obvious that their brains had already been eaten. Are these the spirit warriors that came with us? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, and his gaze quickly swept through the entire tunnel as he asked this question. Should be. Ziming naturally wasn't sure. But just as she was about to urge the airship to go check it out, a bubbling sound came from the blood pool in the distance. Ziming suddenly turned around and looked at the blood pool. She saw that there were indeed countless bubbles surging within the blood pool. Moreover, as these bubbles came out, gusts of netherworld wind spiraled out and blew straight at the airship she was driving. The wind was extremely strong, and the airship was somewhat swaying. Not good. Go quickly. Suddenly, just as Ziming was doing her best to maintain the airship, Xiaohua's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. Ziming didn't understand, but when she heard Xiaohua's order, she immediately pointed the bone staff in her hand. Regardless of the bumps, she was about to urge the airship to move. Boom! With a loud sound, Ziming felt a strong force coming from above her head. The entire airship was like a meteor rushing into the tunnel. Clang clang clang, the airship hit the tunnel. The green light was restrained, and the entire airship made a noise. Ziming was caught off guard, and her body lost balance. She even felt dizzy. Careful. Xiaohua's voice sounded in Ziming's ears. A strong force came from Xiaohua's hand and pulled Ziming back. Only now did Ziming clearly see that right above her head, on top of the airship, there was a tentacle that was several feet long. It was like a huge canopy, and it was slapping the green light above the airship. Moreover, that tentacle was growing out from the walls of the tunnel. This is... Ziming was shocked, but before she could ask, woo, there was another strange sound of wind. From the left side of the airship, another tentacle suddenly stretched out and smashed towards the airship. Quick! Ziming encouraged herself in her heart, but that tentacle was extremely fast in the netherworld wind. Just as Ziming was about to dodge, the tentacle had already smashed into the airship. Boom! The entire airship was sent flying and hit the wall of the tunnel. Although Ziming was pulled by Xiaohua, the two of them were still balanced and were far from being battered and exhausted. However, the light on the airship was hit twice by the tentacle and hit the tunnel again. It was extremely dim. Ziming obviously didn't expect to be attacked here. She hurriedly waved the bone staff in her hand. The green light on the bone staff flashed, and it flew towards the airship. The airship suddenly shone brightly, wanting to protect the two of them again. Unfortunately, it only flashed for a moment. Rumble. There was another loud sound. A huge sphere rushed out from below the airship and directly hit the airship. Needless to say, the entire airship soared into the sky again and hit the wall of the tunnel. The entire light suddenly shrank to the size of a fist and fell on the tunnel. Xiaohua and Ziming's figures were revealed from the green light of the airship. Zzzt, there was a violent sound of cold water being poured into hot oil. The moment Xiaohua's figure was revealed, something came out from the light protecting his body. Ah! Xiaohua turned pale with fright. When he looked down, it was the light protecting his body being corroded by the netherworld wind. This was something he had never encountered in Mingxi before. The reason why Xiaohua was so calm was because he had the experience of escaping from Mingxi's netherworld wind. He felt that even the netherworld wind was just a so-so. Although the netherworld sea was dangerous, as long as he and Ziming didn't go too deep, they wouldn't encounter any great danger. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter such a test right after he came out from the protection of the airship. If even the golden light protecting his body was corroded by the netherworld wind, then what about the others? No wonder the cultivators of Dao's sect were so afraid of millions of Meng mountains. It really made sense. Looking at Ziming again, after her figure was revealed from the green light, her entire body was flashing with a green light. The light started flashing from her head and quickly passed through her entire body, protecting her within the green light. Xiaohua, Ziming saw something strange about Xiaohua's body. That golden light was flashing, how could she not know that he was in danger? Roar! A deafening roar came from the direction of the blood pool in the distance. Just as Ziming cried out in shock, countless gusts of ghastly wind were swept up and rushed into the tunnel. Xiaohua raised his head and saw a monster of a few feet in size slowly walking out from the blood pool. The drops of netherworld water were like fist-sized blood droplets, dripping down from the monster's body. It was extremely bloody. Of course, as soon as these blood droplets left the monster, the surface layer immediately evaporated, turning into gusts of netherworld wind and rushing into the tunnel. The entire tunnel began to vibrate rapidly, producing an extremely ear-piercing sound of wind. Great God Hoodoo. Ziming also looked towards the source of the sound. When she saw that the monster had a human body, and that snake tail was slowly emerging from the blood pool, Ziming couldn't help but moan. She definitely didn't expect that the great god she worshipped would actually send out a clone to attack her. This shouldn't be the great god Hoodoo of Meng Mountains. Although Xiaohua was hastily thinking about how to solve the problem in front of him, he was also staring at the appearance of the monster. Seeing the monster coming out from the blood pool, he said indifferently, "That's right. This is definitely not." After Ziming recovered from her shock, she also saw clearly that the monster's human body looked similar from the side, but when the monster slightly turned its body, the outline of the human body had already disappeared. Especially, the few peacock feather-like antennae on its back. Where did it look like the 7 hands of the great god Hoodoo? However, although Ziming had already discovered the details of the monster, she didn't have time to think about it anymore. Her whole body suddenly floated up, throwing herself into Xiaohua's arms. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly startled, thinking that she was afraid. His left hand pulled her soft hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid." However, before he could finish speaking, Ziming had already thrown herself into his arms. However, Ziming wasn't facing him, but with her back facing Xiaohua, she shouted, "Xiaohua, quickly hug me." Moreover, Ziming's other hand also brought Xiaohua's hand to her waist, where her abdomen was. Soon after, that hand decisively broke free from Xiaohua's hand. At this moment, Xiaohua was hugging Ziming from behind. He was very familiar with this posture. He was greatly puzzled. However, when he saw that the green light around Ziming's body was also protecting him, and the sound of the golden light corroding his body was getting smaller and smaller, he finally understood Ziming's painstaking efforts. Chapter 2897. Ziming didn't have time to care about the ambiguity of this position, nor did she have time to explain to Xiaohua. As soon as her hand left Xiaohua's hand, she immediately patted the soul nest, and the soul tool that looked like a wizard token was taken out from the soul nest. Moreover, with a flash in front of Xiaohua's eyes, the 9 divine guards that Ziming had put into the soul nest were also released. Ziming waved the wizard token without hesitation, and a few wisps of faint green light visible to the naked eye flashed. Then, she patted her hand, and the 9 divine guards pounced toward the nether beast along the passage. Ziming's series of movements were extremely fast. The nether beast had just stepped out of the blood pool, and it hadn't even straightened its body. Go, Xiaohua was alert in his heart. He grabbed Ziming's slender waist with his hand and urged his magic power, and the 2 figures floated up. Boom! A tentacle that was exactly the same as the nether beast's tentacle struck out from the left side where the 2 of them were standing just now. After hitting the place where Xiaohua and Ziming were standing just now, it suddenly disappeared. Xiaohua, don't use too much magic power. Ziming felt a burst of heat behind her back, and her heart was also jumping, but she still didn't forget to remind him. Okay. Xiaohua looked around and said in a low voice, "This place isn't far from the passage down, right?" "Yes." Ziming urged the 9 divine guards while answering. In which direction? Xiaohua asked. Although Ziming didn't answer Xiaohua's question, she still pointed in a direction and said, from the blood pool to that place. Before Ziming finished speaking, Ziming felt a burst of brilliance in front of her eyes. Her waist tightened, and her figure flew in the direction she knew, but, then, there was a loud bang. Everything disappeared again. Her figure also stopped at the side of the stone wall. Xiaohua, what are you doing? Ziming looked back with some confusion, and looked at Xiaohua while rubbing her head awkwardly. Oh, right, Ziming looked at the stone wall and suddenly realized something, and hurriedly said, this stone wall is soaked in the nether blood, and the Dao Sect's 5 elements escape technique can't be used. Just as Ziming said this, a loud roar came from the blood pool in the distance. The roars rose and fell one after another. The 9 divine guards had surrounded the nether beast and were also letting out unpleasant roars. 9 pairs of arms had stretched out and shrouded the nether beast in an indescribable deathly stillness. The nether beast's body was trembling violently as if the 9 divine guards were going to tear it apart. Roar! The underworld beast cried out in pain. Cracks had already appeared on its black leather armor, and traces of blood that looked like green liquid seeped out. Good, seeing that the 9 divine guards were so valiant, Xiaohua's heart was also greatly relieved. Since the 9 divine guards were able to deal with the nether beast, he naturally didn't need to be too afraid. However, just as he finished praising, another tentacle suddenly emerged from the top of his head and slammed down. Not good. Xiaohua's figure moved, and he secretly said in his heart, not good. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua's figure dodged the tentacle, there was a loud bang, and the same tentacle stretched out from under the foot of a divine guard, and suddenly grabbed the divine guard's waist. The divine guard's body was overflowing with green light, and the divine guard's stiff body was also violently struggling. Peng, with a loud bang, the divine guard's waist turned into 4 pieces, and the dark liquid also splashed a lot of the passage. Hiss, although Xiaohua had already perceived the power of the nether beast, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Then, peng peng. With a series of muffled sounds, several divine guards were killed by the tentacles that suddenly stretched out. The fragments flew everywhere, and the black liquid splashed everywhere. Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer and was about to fly away. Boom! Unfortunately, he had just moved when the nether beast actually knew his intentions. 2 tentacles stretched out from the stone wall and blocked in front of Xiaohua. Ziming, come behind me. Xiaohua loosened his grip and ordered Ziming. Okay. Ziming originally wanted to deal with the nether beast, but when he saw that 5 of the 9 divine guards had been lost in a moment, his face was incomparably pale. When he heard Xiaohua's order, he had no choice but to respond. He turned around and leaned on Xiaohua's back, reaching out and hugging Xiaohua's waist. Let me show you the power of this young master. Xiaohua roared and took out the wishful staff. With a bang, it hit the tentacle that had just stretched out. With a loud bang, the tentacle shattered, and a gust of netherworld wind was born from inside. Damn it, as expected. Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body was made of netherworld wind, so naturally, he was not familiar with this thing. Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Regardless of the direction, he continued to fly towards the distance of the passage using the wind escape technique. Xiaohua had just flown a few feet when a fierce wind came from behind his head. Xiaohua was helpless. He slightly lifted the wishful staff in his hand, then raised it and smashed it in the direction of the wind. With a loud bang, a huge force that he had never encountered before came from the wishful staff. Xiaohua's arm was sore, and his whole body was lifted above the passage. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Before his figure stopped in mid-air, he saw a black shadow in front of him. The monster's figure was actually born from the rock wall, blocking the direction of Xiaohua's escape. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly turned his head to look. Sure enough, the remaining 4 divine guards were smashed by the nether beast in an instant. The ground was in a mess, and the nether beast had disappeared. Buzz buzz, two loud noises sounded, and two black shadows pressed in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Bang bang, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the wishful staff again and blocked in front of his body. Although Xiaohua had borrowed the force of the attack, the huge force hit Xiaohua diagonally into the blood pool. Xiaohua, rush into the blood pool. Maybe we can. While they were talking, an indescribable blood-red brilliance fell from the sky and hit the two of them. With a squeaking sound, Ziming's face was pale, and the green light also quickly faded. Seeing this, Xiaohua hurriedly urged the Buddha's Sarira to pour out the primordial true water, turning it into a thin layer to block the threatening netherworld wind. The green light on Ziming's body disappeared, and her face was very ugly. When her eyes swept over the primordial true water, she immediately noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly retracted her gaze. However, this primordial true water really blocked the netherworld water outside. Although outside, the netherworld wind was constantly rushing into the primordial true water, and the primordial true water was constantly bubbling and disappearing, it seemed that Xiaohua had a lot of primordial true water, so there was no problem for the time being. Go! Xiaohua once again whispered. He didn't know the consequences of the primordial true water entering the blood pool, but he knew that if he stayed here, he would not have a good end. Buzz, another tentacle, really fast. Even with Xiaohua's current cultivation, he couldn't figure out how it appeared. All of a sudden, it hit Xiaohua's back. Boom! The primordial true water was hit and scattered. Xiaohua's figure was also hit and lost his balance. He flipped a few times in the air and hit the stone wall heavily. Ziming. Xiaohua was a little dizzy and couldn't stabilize himself, so he immediately called out. I'm fine. Ziming heard Xiaohua's concern and was ecstatic. She hurriedly responded, that tentacle avoided me and hit Xiaohua. Ah. Xiaohua was shocked and said involuntarily, this nether beast, it turned out to be, looking for Xiaohua. Of course, Ziming also said involuntarily, this nether beast has been worshipped by my hooded village for many years. I have never heard of it attacking a spirit warrior. Today, when Xiaohua appeared, there was immediately such a change. Ziming, Xiaohua turned his head and looked at another fork not far away. He patted her arm and said, quickly fly away. If it wants to find Xiaohua, you will be safe. Moreover, if you follow Xiaohua, you will delay Xiaohua's work. Okay, Ziming bit her lips slightly, knowing that what Xiaohua said was true. Although she didn't want to leave Xiaohua, she really couldn't help at all in the face of the nether beast. Immediately, Ziming urged her soul power to fly out of Xiaohua's primordial true water and flew toward another passage in fear. Just as Xiaohua thought, the nether beast didn't care about Ziming at all. The snake tail of several feet long waved again and attacked him with a strong wind. Good, Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it was the effect of Ziming's bloodline. He hurriedly raised the wishful steel rod in his hand and met it. Boom, the force was stronger than the tentacles. Xiaohua's arms were sore and numb, and his whole body and mind flew out again. Kill. Xiaohua finally reached the end of his strength. He put away the wishful steel rod and took out the sword gourd. The spirit execution yuan light rushed out from it, cutting through the wind of the netherworld and heading toward the head of the nether beast. Shua, with a soft sound, the spirit execution yuan light lightly swept over the head of the nether beast. However, the scene that Xiaohua expected did not appear. Not only was there no blood splashing from the head of the beast, but it also did not fall. It was as if the spirit execution yuan light had no effect on it. Yes, this nether beast is a dead thing. Xiaohua suddenly realized, presumably this spirit execution can't kill the nether beast. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the soul essence of the three-legged bird in the space. That day, it suddenly suppressed his soul. If the spirit execution yuan light had the soul essence of this thing, he didn't know if it could kill the nether beast. It was a pity that Xiaohua only had a flash of inspiration. Everything was no different from a flash in the pan. At this time, there was no other way except to escape toward the blood pool. Seeing that Xiao Hua had already reached the blood pool, he hesitated a little and was about to jump in. But suddenly, an indescribable feeling came from the blood pool. Ah! This feeling had always been found by Xiao Hua and Zi Ming. When they saw the nether beast, Xiao Hua thought that it was the nether beast, but who would have thought that it was not the nether beast? Roar! Just as Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, another beast roar came from the blood pool, but a tentacle of several feet in size rose from the blood pool again. This tentacle was not only completely similar to the tentacle of the nether beast, but it could also roar by itself. Chapter 2898. Damn it! This nether beast. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that the nether beast still had a hidden hand here. If he hadn't hesitated just now, he would have already been sent to the tentacle. However, before Xiao Hua's great shock could pass through his heart, the tentacle fell like a big tree, bringing a black shadow with it as it fell. A kind of coldness that made one's heart die was born around Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua's body was protected by the innate true water, the death aura passed through the innate true water and firmly suppressed the vitality in Xiao Hua's body, Buddha's Saraira. Spiritual fire. Xiao Hua's heart was like dead ashes. He knew that he had fallen into a certain death situation today. If the last Buddha's Saraira and spiritual fire were not effective, he was afraid that he would really die. However, Xiao Hua didn't dare to place his hopes on the Buddha's Saraira. His cultivation was too shallow. At this time, the only thing he took out was this nether beast's dessert. Perhaps it was only the spiritual fire. Seeing the black shadow fall, Xiao Hua's spiritual power seemed to be difficult to activate. Goldie! Xiao Hua's heart suddenly lit up again. He thought of Goldie that could suck souls. Wasn't that guy the nemesis of these nether beasts? Thinking, Xiao Hua hurriedly entered the space. However, after Goldie had sucked the devil general's soul, it had been sleeping. At this time, he couldn't wake it up at all. Come out for your mother. Xiao Hua didn't feel sorry for Goldie at this time. Your mother can't escape now, but you're still sleeping sweetly. As Xiao Hua dragged Goldie out of the space, a small figure suddenly blocked in front of Xiao Hua. Of course, Xiao Hua paid close attention to the nether beast's reaction. If there was any abnormality, he would immediately take Goldie into the space. Woo! As if it was mournful, the nether beast's tentacles suddenly stopped. It seemed that there was something in front of it that it was extremely afraid of. Good! Seeing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. At this time, Goldie lazily opened its eyes. It seemed that the nether beast's tentacle was white. The tentacle was like a person being stung by a wasp and immediately retracted. However, before Xiao Hua's joy of escaping with his life could overflow in front of his chest, a black shadow flashed above his head like a black cloud. Roar! The nether beast from before appeared next to the tentacle again. The tentacle rose into the air and landed on the nether beast's back. The tentacle danced in the air and slowly curled up. The nether beast let out a loud roar. The two blood-red eyes on the strange beast's head flashed with a red light. A strong aura of death surged and pounced toward Xiao Huang. Goldie's body shivered, and its large tail wrapped around itself. It seemed to be cold, and its eyes narrowed again. This is bad. Seeing this, Xiao Hua already somewhat understood that Little Yellow should be the nemesis of these underworld beasts. It was probably because it was too small, or perhaps because it was in a deep sleep. These underworld beasts were afraid at first, but when they saw that Little Yellow was not a real threat, they began to fight back. When Xiao Hua saw the python-like tail whipping towards Little Huang at lightning speed, how could he dare to be careless? He hastily put Little Huang away and opened his mouth, preparing to spit out the last bit of spirit fire, but right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! There was a deafening tremor, and the entire passage. No, the entire world was shaking violently. Not only was Xiao Hua's figure unable to stand in midair, but even the aggressive nether beast's entire figure was swaying, unable to stand steadily. Countless gravel and debris flew into the air, boom boom boom. There was a series of tremors, gravel flying out in succession, blood splashing out in succession, and a series of nether wind rushing into the air. Xiaohua only felt that his entire field of vision was shaking. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Straight, 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 a series of strange cries rang out amidst the rumbling, followed by the loud roars of the underworld beasts. Then, the entire space began to tremble and sway again. What's going on? Xiaohua struggled to stand up and urged his magical power. He was really about to bring out the true water again. At this time, a warm body hugged him from behind, and his body flew into the air. Feeling a layer of faint green light protecting him, Xiaohua naturally knew that it was Ziming. However, there was still gravel and blood splashing in front of him, and the hurricane continued. He couldn't see anything at all. After waiting for half a meal, Ziming brought him up to a high altitude. Only then did he see clearly that the previously intact passage and the incomparably sturdy rock walls had now been smashed apart. Not only was there no passage, even the blood pool had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a large nether blood sea. On this nether sea, the nether wind blew violently, and above the blood sea, near the rock wall, in the fierce wind, there were two nether beasts frantically fighting. One of the nether beasts was the one with the body of a beast and the tail of a snake, while the other was 10 feet long, like a huge ladybug. However, this ladybug had a lot of bone spurs on its back, and there were more than a dozen sharp claws under its body. At this time, the later nether beast was pouncing on the previous nether beast. Those dozens of sharp claws were crazily chopping on the nether beast's body, and pieces of pitch-black flesh with black threads were pulled out from the nether beast's body. The previous nether beast was also ferocious. The tentacles on its back also grabbed the opponent's body, and large pieces of flesh were also knocked off. In particular, the nether beast's tail, which was like a poisonous snake, now had a shiny barb at the tip of the tail. Every time it swung, it would pierce into the nether beast's body, and large pieces of flesh would also be shot off. However, what was even more strange was that although a lot of flesh and blood had fallen off the two nether beasts' bodies, where the flesh and blood fell, traces of black gas gushed out. The blood water of the surrounding nether sea rushed into the black gas, and new pieces of flesh and blood grew at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. These two nether beasts were flying on the nether sea. Sometimes they fell into the sea, and sometimes they rushed up the cliff. While blood splashed everywhere, the stone walls were like rotten stones under the tentacles, sharp claws, and snake tail. Large pieces of stone fell down, and every time a stone wall was hit, the entire space would shake violently. Seeing this earth-shattering battle, and seeing that many parts of the two nether beasts were beginning to reveal white bones, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew in his heart that even if he used his spiritual fire, it would be impossible to cause any fatal damage to these nether beasts. These two nether beasts seemed to be the legendary undead nether beasts, right? Xiao Lang. Ziming's face was also snow-white. Where did these nether beasts come from? Why, are they so powerful? If you don't know, how would I know? Xiaohua also whispered, and then asked, these two nether beasts. What are their names? I don't know. The previous nether beast. My Huda village has always regarded it as the avatar of the Huda god, and looking at its appearance just now, it seemed to be afraid of my bloodline. As for the latter one, I have never seen it before. Ziming had obviously never seen such a vast battle, and her body, which was hugging Xiaohua's waist, was trembling slightly. Let's go quickly. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head, but just as he said half a sentence, he shut his mouth. Now, the entire space had been destroyed by these two nether beasts. Not to mention the passage, even the cracks had disappeared. All the nether wind that had been stimulated was circling in the space. Occasionally, some nether wind would leak out, but it was also extremely small cracks. With Xiaohua's transformation technique, it would be difficult for him to pass through. What should we do? Xiaohua smiled bitterly, and could only look to the left of the nether beasts that were fighting. It seems that if we want to escape, we can only go through the place where the two nether beasts are fighting, and go through other passages. However, the two nether beasts were fighting fiercely, and flesh and stone fragments were flying continuously. Countless fierce death chi was crisscrossing in the space. How could the two of them pass through? Alas, nascent soul cultivators are just children. At this time, Xiaohua had seen the battle of the undead nether beasts, and really looked down on the so-called nascent soul cultivators. This nether beast seems to be the enemy of that nether beast. Ziming also looked to the left, and seeing that there was no way, she whispered, otherwise. How could it help us? When Xiaohua heard this, his heart moved, and the previous warning sign seemed to have disappeared. Strange? Could it be that the warning sign came from this nether beast? But just when Xiaohua was puzzled in his heart, suddenly, a faintly discernible sound of music came from the netherworld sea. This sound was extremely faint, but in this great battle that seemed to be able to destroy the world, it was extremely clear. A kind of joy that Xiaohua had never felt before was born in his heart, and a kind of floating feeling was instantly born from Xiaohua's body. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Xiaohua felt that there was a burst of light and shadow in front of his eyes, and the whole world had changed, and he was also floating up. Xiaohua didn't have time to check himself, but his gaze was attracted by the changes in the netherworld sea. In the depths of the netherworld sea, a huge black shadow was slowly floating over, and a blurry shadow was coiling around the black shadow. The beautiful music was coming from the black shadow. The two nether beasts that were fighting to the death a moment ago had already calmed down. One of them was swinging its snake tail, and countless ripples were rippling all over its body. Its body was trembling, and its body was slowly sinking into the netherworld sea, as if it was extremely afraid of the music, and as if it was doing its best to resist the music. The other nether beast was like a ladybug, and its body was flashing with a faint golden light. The golden light also turned into a powerful ripple in front of the nether beast. This golden light is somewhat familiar. When Xiaohua saw this golden light, he felt that it was extremely familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Just when Xiaohua was feeling surprised, he suddenly saw that not far from where the two nether beasts were fighting, a soul warrior was walking out from a crack in the stone wall. His face had a look of infatuation as he stepped into the netherworld sea. As the soul warrior's figure fell into the netherworld sea, the flesh and blood of this soul warrior were rapidly shaved off, turning into a body of white bones. The soul of this soul warrior then broke free from this body of flesh and blood and continued to walk towards the netherworld sea, in the direction where the music was coming from. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.